Chapter 1100. The Black Heaven sect had strict rules, especially when it came to guarding the mystic realm. The poisonous cloud mystic realm was a relatively important mystic realm that was completely controlled by the Black Heaven sect. Outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission. The Guardian Elder shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the poisonous cloud mystic realm, but he allowed the Heaven's Fury Scholar to enter. Once Fang Chen reported this matter, the Guardian Elder would definitely be punished and might even be expelled from the Black Heaven sect. Without the Black Heaven sect's protection, his enemies would not let him go. Thinking of this, the Guardian Elder's face was filled with a complicated expression. The red-bearded elder took advantage of his carelessness and let the Heaven's Fury Scholar into the mystic realm. He had no choice but to tell the truth. He thought that Sanguinati would definitely die in the poisonous cloud mystic realm if the red-bearded elder took action. Who would have thought that not only did Sanguinati know the truth, but he also walked out of the poisonous cloud mystic realm alive? At this moment, the Guardian Elder was in a difficult position. If you don't tell me, I'll assume that you're the mastermind. You should know the consequences of this matter. Fang Chen continued to threaten. After weighing the pros and cons, the Guardian Elder gritted his teeth and made a decision. Sanguinati, this matter has nothing to do with me. I was also forced. The Guardian Elder said, it's the red-bearded elder. He took advantage of the fact that I closed the mystic realm and forced the Heaven's Fury Scholar into it. I couldn't stop him. The red-bearded elder came to threaten me one after another. I couldn't do anything about it. The Guardian Elder confessed everything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. As expected, someone was behind this. However, he had never met the red-bearded elder before. Why did he want to kill him? Could it be because of the Heaven's Fury Scholar? For a moment, Fang Chen could not figure it out. Sanguinati, you must keep this a secret for me. I don't want to. The Guardian Elder was very worried about the Black Heaven sect's punishment. After telling the details to Fang Chen, the latter knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Guardian Elder. Then, he did not pursue the matter. He secretly made a note of the red-bearded elder. Don't do it again. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Sanguinati. I'll be careful, the Guardian Elder said. Fang Chen nodded and was about to leave. You don't need to return to the Celestial Ceiling Palace. All the martialists are on the Mystic Sky Square right now. Why? Fang Chen turned elder. Only when something important happened would they gather at the Shentian Square. The younger generation of the royal family is challenging the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect, the Guardian Elder said. Although he had long heard of the royal family, this was the first time he had come into contact with one up close. Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, in order to curry favor with Fang Chen, the Guardian Elder told Fang Chen everything that had happened in the Poison Cloud secret realm. Flamewing Hall, Dowless Hall, Pillview Hall, and Green Spirit Sect. The younger generation of the four super sect had all been defeated by the Imperials. Now, the Imperial family had come to challenge the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect. If the Black Heaven sect lost, then the younger generation of the Imperials would completely crush the younger generation of the five superforces. Interesting. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. Then, with a leap, he disappeared from the forbidden area. Looking at Sanguinati's disappearing figure, the Guardian Elder's face was filled with bitterness. Shentian Square. Everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts practice stage. This was the most eye-catching battle, and it was also the last battle for the Mystic Sky Sect's glory. Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th Layer Fan Feiying, against Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng ignored Fan Feiying's challenge. He believed that Fan Feiying was not enough for him to make a move. Xia Sheng, other than you, all the younger generation of the Imperials have been defeated by me. Are you going to be a coward? Fan Feiying deliberately provoked Xia Sheng, trying to get Xia Sheng to fight. This battle was of great importance. Fan Feiying did not dare to be careless. Crash. At a certain moment, Xia Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, and a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Then, he leaped onto the martial arts practice stage. Xia Sheng was dressed in white, and no aura was emitted from his body. He stood on the martial arts practice stage as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Xie Sheng is very strong. On the rostrum, the Black Heaven Sect Master said in a deep voice. The Vice Sect Master also frowned slightly. It seemed that Fan Feiying's chances of winning were slim. How is it? The younger generation of the Imperials is not bad, right? The Imperials expert grinned. Xie Sheng was a rare genius of the Imperials, and the Xie clan had used all their resources to nurture him. They had allowed him to reach the peak of the Heaven Dipper tier before he was 100 years old. He was only one step away from reaching the half-step Heavenly Body tier. With such strength, no one in the younger generation of Clear Sky Island could match him. The 3 palaces and 2 sects are as famous as the Imperials, but they don't live up to their name. Xie Sheng said indifferently, his face full of indifference. It was as if this was not a battle at all. From this, one could see Xie Sheng's confidence in himself. Even Liu Kuang of the Daolist Palace had lost to him, let alone the Black Heaven sect. Xie Sheng, don't underestimate me, Fan Feiying said coldly. The aura around him surged, and the 9 thick strands of vital essence in his qi spun rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence was about to burst out. Fan Feiying had already entered a state of preparation. As long as the referee gave the order, he would attack without mercy. Facing Xie Sheng, Fan Feiying did not dare to relax. Seeing this, Xie Sheng sneered. You've already lost. Xie Sheng's voice spread throughout the Black Heaven Square. All the martial artists of the Black Heaven sect lowered their heads, unable to bear to see the cruel situation. The Black Heaven Sect Master and Deputy Sect Master also nodded helplessly. Indeed, as Xie Sheng said, Fan Feiying had already lost. He had lost in terms of momentum, in terms of mentality, and in terms of confidence. Xie Sheng was full of confidence, but Fan Feiying was not. This was the difference. An insurmountable gap. Even so, Fan Feiying would not admit defeat so easily. He was the Black Heaven sect's last hope. Whether or not he could break the Imperial's conspiracy depended on this. Therefore, even if he had to fight to the death, he could not lose. Xie Sheng, finish the battle quickly. The Imperials on the rostrum reminded him. Xie Sheng nodded and walked toward Fan Feiying step by step. The battle begins. With the referee's order, the terrifying power of vital essence in Fan Feiying's qi burst out like a tide. Then, Fan Feiying used his most powerful technique. Eagle leg. Bam! Bam! Fan Feiying's figure leaped and her legs danced in the air. Streaks of afterimages carrying terrifying vital spirit instantly blasted towards Xie Sheng. Too weak. Seeing this, Xie Sheng was still calm. When Fan Feiying's eagle leg was about to hit Xie Sheng made his move. Bam! It was a simple punch, but it had easily neutralized Fan Feiying's powerful attack. At the same time, it also sent Fan Feiying flying. Bam! Fan Feiying's body was sent flying like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could Xie Sheng be so strong? He could not even withstand one move from Xie Sheng. One punch. With just one punch, he defeated Fan Feiying, the strongest martial artist of the Black Heaven sect's younger generation. How violent was that? The Black Heaven Square and the Black Heaven sect's area were dead silent. All the martial artists lowered their heads. This was a disgrace to the Black Heaven sect. On the other hand, the members of the imperial family were relatively calm. It was as if they had already expected the result and were not surprised at all. Xie Sheng retracted his fist and looked down at Fan Feiying. Your strength is far inferior to Liu Kuang's. Fan Feiying almost vomited when he heard this. On the rostrum, the Black Heaven Sect Master and the Vice Sect Master shook their heads helplessly. Black Heaven Sect Master, it seems that the Imperial family has won the battle of the younger generation, the Imperial family elite said with a smile. Xie Sheng is very strong, the Black Heaven Sect Master praised. Although they had lost, they should still be magnanimous. The Black Heaven Sect Master had a high opinion of Xie Sheng. It was only a matter of time before this person stepped into the Heavenly Body tier. In the future, he might even surpass the Heavenly Body tier. The younger generation of the Black Heaven sect has lost. It's time for the imperial family to leave. The imperial family elite stood up and smiled at the Black Heaven sect master. The moment Xie Sheng made his move, it indicated that the imperial family had won. After winning 3 palaces and 2 sects in a row, the imperial family's prestige was at its peak. Thinking of this, the imperial family elite grinned. When Fan Feiying was defeated, Fang Chen had quietly arrived at the edge of the Black Heaven Square. Xie Sheng's strength really surprised Fang Chen. He's really powerful. As expected of a genius that the imperial family had spent all their resources to cultivate. Xie Sheng walked down from the martial arts arena. The younger generation of the imperial family gathered together and prepared to leave. There's still a younger generation of the Black Heaven sect who hasn't fought. A delicate voice resounded through the square. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, who was dressed in a green dress, had a fresh and refined temperament. Even Xie Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw her. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the Black Heaven sect. This trip to the Black Heaven sect was not in vain. Qingqing. The vice sect master whispered. Oh, could it be that there's a younger generation of the Black Heaven sect who's more powerful than Fan Feiying? The imperial family elite looked at Bai Qingqing mockingly. The Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master already knew who the younger generation that Bai Qingqing was talking about was. However, what was the use of him coming back? Bai Qingqing was also speechless when she was questioned by the imperial family elite. When she heard what the imperial family elite said just now, she blurted it out in a fit of anger. After saying that, she remembered that although Sanguinati's potential was heaven-defying, he couldn't be compared to Xie Sheng. Bai Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. She clenched her fair hands tightly. Chapter 1101. At this moment, Bai Qingqing was completely enraged by the royal family's words. Although the royal family was powerful, they shouldn't kick someone when they were down. There's a peerless genius in the Black Sky sect. His potential isn't any weaker than Xie Sheng's. Bai Qingqing snorted. Obviously, the royal family didn't believe her. He entered a secret realm a month ago and hasn't come out yet. Although his cultivation isn't high, his potential is heaven-defying, Bai Qingqing continued. The royal family's powerhouse immediately rejected Bai Qingqing's words. Impossible. I don't believe that there's someone in the younger generation with a higher potential than Xie Sheng in Sky Pass Island. The royal family's powerhouse shook his head. Xie Sheng, who was below, had a look of disdain on his face. How dare he compete with Xie Sheng in terms of talent? Was he courting death? You. Bai Qingqing was furious, but she didn't know what to say. Miss Qingqing. At this moment, a gentle voice entered Bai Qingqing's ears. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened when she heard the voice. She turned to the crowd in disbelief. Fang Chen walked out from the crowd. You're back? Bai Qingqing asked anxiously. Fang Chen nodded and bowed to the sect master and vice sect master before walking to Bai Qingqing's side. On the main stage, the Black Sky sect master and vice sect master's eyes lit up when they saw Fang Chen. If they remembered correctly, this kid's cultivation was still in the first stage of the Heaven Star Border Realm a month ago. He actually stepped into the 4th stage of the Heaven Star Border Realm after not seeing him for a month. Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 4? Is this your so-called peerless genius? The royal family's powerhouse laughed out loud. His words were filled with disdain. The younger generation of the royal family below laughed out loud. How dare this trash call himself a genius? Any one of the younger generation of the royal family can easily suppress him. If his potential is higher than senior brother Xie Sheng's, I'll kill myself right here. Trash, what a disgrace. The younger generation of the royal family spouted trash talk. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Turning to look at the imperial clan's area, he said calmly, is the dignified imperial clan of Heavenspan Island so lacking in manners? Fang Chen's words enraged the younger generation of the royal family even more. Everyone was agitated and wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Why does it seem like the Black Heaven sect doesn't want to admit defeat? The royal powerhouse frowned and asked in a deep voice. Just as the sect master and the vice sect master were about to speak, Fang Chen beat them to it. I'm also a member of the Black Heaven sect, and I also meet the standards of the younger generation, but I didn't participate. Fang Chen smiled and said, you just said that the younger generation of the Black Heaven sect lost to the royal family. I want to correct you. Not all of them, just most of them. Fang Chen smiled at the sovereign family expert. This caused the Shentian sect master and vice sect master to go missing. Bai Qingqing tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve, hinting at Fang Chen not to go against the sovereign family. She had only brought up sanguinity because she was so angry just now. She just wanted to provoke the royal family. She didn't expect sanguinity to really come back. Fang Chen turned his head and signaled to Bai Qingqing that he was fine. Then, he stepped onto the martial arts stage in front of everyone's eyes. I, Sanguinati, am here to represent the Black Heaven sect and officially challenge the younger generation of the royal family. If anyone is not convinced, come up. Fang Chen's words were very arrogant. Boom. In the royal family area, everyone was eager to teach Fang Chen a lesson. This is an arrogant guy. Let me teach you a lesson. A Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist from the royal family stepped onto the stage to fight with Fang Chen. You're no match for me, Fang Chen said bluntly. Kid, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist said angrily. Fang Chen spread out his hands when he heard this, expressing his helplessness. Immediately, the battle began. One punch. It was a simple punch. It seemed to be deliberately imitating Xie Sheng. In their eyes, the weak trash sent a Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist flying with one punch. Dong, the Heaven Star Border Stage 7 martial artist, fell heavily to the ground. This scene infuriated the members of the royal family even more. Damn it! Imitating Xie Sheng and defeating the royal family was a provocation to Xie Sheng. In the royal family area, Xie Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He didn't say anything and no one knew what he was thinking. And the Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist had already jumped onto the martial arts stage. Kid, although you can fight across realms, I will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life, the Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist said coldly. Too weak. Fang Chen seemed to be deliberately provoking the royal family martial artist. Immediately, the battle began again. The sudden change made the Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master a little stunned. They vaguely felt that Sanguinati dared to do this because he had a trump card. Could it be that he really wasn't afraid of Xie Sheng? Thinking of this, the two powerhouses vaguely had a trace of expectation in their hearts. Sanguinati's strong return completely drove the momentum of the Black Heaven sect. The junior commander, Iron Armored Commander, Silver Armored Commander, and even the Golden Armored Commander were all cheering for the Bloodsword Saint. Bang! After Sanguinati sent the Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist flying, everyone shouted, Sanguinati, good job. In the Black Heaven sect, many martial artists had smiles on their faces. Although they knew that Sanguinati couldn't defeat Xie Sheng, they were very happy to humiliate the royal family like this. Let me. One after another, the royal family powerhouses were defeated by Fang Chen. Finally, the Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist couldn't help but make a move. However, at this moment, Fang Chen spoke. Let's decide the winner in one battle. Fang Chen looked at Xie Sheng and asked. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Was this a challenge to Xie Sheng? Heaven Star Border Stage 4, challenging Xie Sheng, who was at the peak of the Heaven Star Border Stage, was this courting death? The members of the royal family looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Xie Sheng said with a smile, let's decide the winner in one battle. It seemed that Xie Sheng didn't want to waste any more time. After defeating this person, the royal family's mission this time would be completed successfully. Kuala Xie Sheng came to the martial arts practice platform. You're too weak. Xie Sheng said. You're weaker than me, a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 martial artist, who can easily defeat an Heaven Star Border Stage 8 martial artist. And you, a Heaven Star Border Stage 9, can you defeat a Heavenly Body Stage 4 martial artist? Fang Chen sneered and asked in return. Is it interesting to show off? Xie Sheng asked instead of getting angry. A Heaven Star Border Stage 4 against an Heaven Star Border Stage 8, and a Heaven Star Border Stage 9 against a Heavenly Body Stage 4. Although there was a difference of 4 minor levels. However, the gap between them was thousands of miles. Xie Sheng was so powerful that he didn't care about being arrogant in the face of a Heavenly Body Stage elite. If I were at the same cultivation level as you, I would completely crush you, Fang Chen said arrogantly. Facing Fang Chen's arrogance, Xie Sheng was angry. In the royal family area, many of the younger generation also roared. Senior brother Xie Sheng sent him flying with one punch. Such a trash, senior brother Xie Sheng is already giving him a lot of face by making a move. 3 moves, at most 3 moves, senior brother Xie Sheng will definitely be able to defeat him. The 3 martial artists on the rostrum were silent. They didn't know what this Sanguinati was up to. Unfortunately, we're not at the same cultivation level. The current situation is that I can completely crush you, Xie Sheng said with a smile. However, his smile was filled with killing intent. If it was any other time, a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 ant would have been killed by him with one punch. This was the Black Sky sect, so he had to endure it. However, this person was really too despicable. You only know how to suppress people with your cultivation level, Fang Chen said. He was deliberately provoking Xie Sheng. Sure enough, killing intent appeared all over Xie Sheng's body when he heard this. One move. If I don't defeat you, it'll be my, Xie Sheng's, loss. This was Xie Sheng's confidence. He only needed one move to deal with people of lower cultivation levels. Among the younger generation of Clear Sky Island, no one could force Liu Kuang from the Daolis Palace to make a second move. Even Fan Feiying couldn't. Not to mention this Heaven Star Border Stage 4 trash in front of him. One move, huh? I'd like to see how you can defeat me with one move. When Fang Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered. Wang Xie Sheng made his move. He clenched his fist, and 9 streaks of astral essence rushed out from his chi-si and drilled into his fist. Ha! Xie Sheng roared. His fist was like the Grim Reaper, and it quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen. Facing Xie Sheng, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme, and the terrifying King's sword chi wrapped his body tightly. Then, he displayed the Sky Demon sword art and the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. Whoosh! The Sky Demon sword art cut through the sky. The dazzling sword light collided with Xie Sheng's fist. With a crack, the sword light shattered. Trash. Xie Sheng spat out 2 words. Xie Sheng's fist, carrying a vast and boundless power, whistled through the air. 5 Thunder Calamity technique. The soul of an early blue level instantly raged out, quickly forming a terrifying thunderbolt light. Crack. Before the thunderbolt light could get close to Xie Sheng's fist, it was smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He had achieved his goal. He didn't make any more moves. Instead, he controlled the perfect sword body and waited for Xie Sheng's fist to arrive. On the rostrum, the powerhouse of the royal family sneered in disdain. The Black Heaven Sect Master and the Deputy Sect Master sighed slightly. Although Sanguinati surprised them, compared to Xie Sheng, the gap was too big. Below the martial arts arena, Bai Qingqing clenched her fists, a little worried about Sanguinati. Boom! A simple and violent punch hit Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, Fang Chen's body flew out. However, as his body flew out, Fang Chen struggled to activate the true meaning of time and space, slightly changing the trajectory of his body. Finally, his body crashed into the edge of the martial arts arena, almost falling off the arena. Crack! All the bones in his body made a sound. Fang Chen was severely injured. You lost. Xie Sheng's voice drifted over. However, at this moment, it's you who lost. Fang Chen stood up with difficulty, covered in blood, and looked at Xie Sheng a little shakily. Xie Sheng frowned. You said that if you can't defeat me in one move, it's your loss. The supreme prodigy of the royal family, Xie Sheng, is going back on your words. Fang Chen's voice was very weak. My body is still on the martial arts arena. And I still have the strength to fight, Fang Chen continued. He said all this just to prove himself. Xie Sheng lost. On the other side of the martial arts arena, Xie Sheng clenched his fists. Chapter 1102. Sanguinati was covered in blood, but he was extremely determined. He stood shakily at the edge of the martial arts arena, as if he could fall off at any time. But he was persevering. Even if he had to bleed to the last drop of blood, he had to persevere. This was the glory of a martial artist and a swordsman. Did Xie Sheng really lose? At this moment, everyone remembered what Xie Sheng said before the battle began. If I don't defeat you in one move, I, Xie Sheng, will admit defeat. These words were still echoing in his ears. And now, Xie Sheng failed to defeat Sanguinati in one move. Xie Sheng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. On the rostrum, the powerhouses of the royal family looked solemn as if they were waiting for Xie Sheng to speak. The Xiantian sect master and the deputy sect master almost laughed out loud. If they still didn't know Sanguinati's plan by now, they would have lived in vain for hundreds of years. From the beginning, Xie Sheng had fallen into Sanguinati's trap. What Sanguinati took advantage of was Xie Sheng's confidence and Xie Sheng's pride. With Sanguinati's strength, he was definitely no match for Xie Sheng. Therefore, he defeated several martial artists of the royal family and then provoked Xie Sheng, successfully provoking Xie Sheng's anger. After that, they made a promise of one move. Now, everyone was waiting for Xie Sheng to speak. I've lost. In front of everyone, Xie Sheng said word by word in a deep voice. His words were full of anger, but he was restraining it. If he couldn't restrain his anger and forced a move at this time, he would be laughed at by everyone. Xie Sheng had his own pride. He couldn't go back on his words, even if he cared about this victory. However, a loss was a loss. He underestimated Sanguinati's defense. He didn't send him flying with one punch. This was Xie Sheng's mistake. Xie Sheng stared at Sanguinati and said in a cold voice, I will personally take back the humiliation of this hunt. After Xie Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and left. When the royal powerhouses saw this, they also cupped their hands at the Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master before leaving in a hurry. Everyone knew that Xie Sheng had not actually lost. However, he had his own pride. Since he couldn't defeat Sanguinati in one move, he admitted defeat. Not long after, all the members of the royal family left the Black Heaven sect. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the Xiantian square. Sanguinati defeated Xie Sheng. Although he had used some despicable means, he had won in the end. Sanguinati had broken the undefeated record of the royal family's younger generation. Haha, this brat. Sect Master Xian Tian also grinned. He liked Sanguinati more and more. Not only did this brat have incredible potential, but he was also very mature. He was able to come up with such a plan and put it into action in such a short time. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not have the courage to challenge Xie Sheng. Good, very good. The vice sect master even stroked his beard and grinned. Behind the rostrum, the red-bearded elder looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Since Sanguinati could return safely, it seemed that Heaven's Fury Scholar had died in the poisonous cloud secret realm. With such great potential, I can't let you live. The red-bearded elder thought to himself. Since Sanguinati had returned, he must have known that Heaven's Fury Scholar had entered the poisonous cloud secret realm. Since they had already become enemies, they had to get rid of him. When Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts arena, Bai Qingqing walked over first. She grabbed Fang Chen's arm with her fair little hand and was extremely excited. Sanguinati, good job. Sanguinati, you've successfully defended the dignity of the Black Heaven sect. Sanguinati, you're too strong. Many disciples cheered. The entire Black Heaven sect was bustling. Outside the Black Heaven sect, the royals looked gloomy and the atmosphere was very solemn. Xie Sheng walked at the front and exuded a solemn and angry aura. No one dared to take the initiative to talk to Xie Sheng. A furious Xie Sheng was very scary. After a long time, the royals came to Xie Sheng's side. Xie Sheng, you didn't lose this battle, the royals said softly. Xie Sheng did not say anything and continued to walk forward. He, Xie Sheng, would definitely take back this humiliation with his own hands. The next time they met, he would definitely tear that brat into pieces. The royals felt regretful. He was only one step away from crushing the younger generation of the 3 palaces and 2 sects. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by that brat in the end? A Heaven Star Border Stage 4 brat had tricked Xie Sheng and the royals. Damn it! The royals said in a deep voice. The matter of the royals' younger generation challenging the 3 palaces and 2 sects had come to an end. Although the royals did not get what they wanted in the end, the 5 super sect saw the royals' foundation clearly. The 5 super sect did their best to nurture the younger generation. Inside the Black Heaven sect, after dismissing the disciples, only the sect master, vice sect master, and Bai Qingqing were left in the Black Heaven square. Originally, the sect master wanted Bai Qingqing to go back. But the latter acted coquettishly and refused to leave. The sect master did not say anything else. The 3 of them looked at Sanguinati at the same time. Sanguinati. Suddenly, the sect master spoke. You did well this time. I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. This is what I should do. Fang Chen said. The sect master placed his palm on Sanguinati's shoulder. Immediately, waves of astral energy were injected into his body. The sect master personally treated Sanguinati's injuries. After a while, Sanguinati's injuries were much better. Thank you, sect master. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked the sect master. The sect master waved his hand and said, You don't have to thank me. I can't thank you enough. Sanguinati's battle was very important to the Black Heaven sect. Although it was not a glorious victory in the end, it was still a victory. Moreover, it was a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 martial artist who defeated Xie Sheng. Sanguinati had won glory for the Black Heaven sect. Sanguinati, you did well this time. The Black Heaven sect will definitely reward you handsomely. The vice sect master smiled. At the side, Bai Qingqing's eyes moved slightly as she stared at Fang Chen. The sect master threw a golden token to Fang Chen and said, From today onwards, you are the golden armor commander of the Fengtian Palace. Sanguinati had jumped from a junior commander to a golden armor commander. He had created a new record in the history of the Black Heaven sect. Of course, it was unprecedented for a Heaven Star Border Stage 4 martial artist to be a golden armor commander. Congratulations. Bai Qingqing said with a smile. Fang Chen held the golden token in his hand and did not decline. He cupped his hands and thanked the sect master. The higher the status, the more resources. For the current Fang Chen, what he lacked the most was resources. Becoming a golden armor commander meant that he could obtain a large amount of resources. Being a golden armor commander has a lot of authority. You can take your time to study it. The sect master finished and prepared to leave. As for your reward, you will know in a few days. The sect master and vice sect master turned and left. The 2 big shots of the Black Heaven sect had personally spoken to a disciple. This was enough to make Sanguinati proud. If it was an ordinary golden armor commander, they would not be able to do this. In the end, only Bai Qingqing and Sanguinati were left in the Black Heaven square. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved slightly and said, You have stolen the limelight. Fang Chen chuckled. I was right about you. Bai Qingqing continued. Fang Chen spread out his hands and suddenly thought of something. He immediately asked, Oh right, Miss Qingqing. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Qingqing. Your current status is not much different from mine. You can call me Qingqing. Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately said, Qingqing. Bai Qingqing laughed heartily when she heard that. What is the hunting war that Xie Sheng mentioned? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. According to Xie Sheng, it seemed that the 2 of them would meet in the hunting war. Fang Chen had to pay attention to provoking a powerful enemy like Xie Sheng. Xie Sheng was different from ordinary Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 9 martial artists. He had great potential and strength. Facing Xie Sheng, Fang Chen also felt the pressure. The reason why he was able to defeat Xie Sheng this time was entirely because of the one-move agreement. However, Even with that being the case, Xie Sheng's punch was still ridiculously powerful. If it were not for the Sky Demon sword art and Five Thunder Calamity technique that consumed some of Xie Sheng's strength, and the perfect sword physique, there was no way to resist the sharpness. This guy was very terrifying. Actually, even if I don't say it, you have to know. Bai Qingqing slowly said. The Hunting War is a major event on Clear Sky Island that will affect the entire island. The Hunting War. It was jointly organized by 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. All the forces on Clear Sky Island could participate in this event. Every sect's young prodigies would enter the Hunting War and participate in the Hunting War. Although it was to train the young disciples, it was also a competition between the various sects. Whoever won the first place in the Hunting War, their sect would be able to obtain a lot of resources and even control some powerful secret realms. The Hunting War was also a ranking between the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. It was held once every 10 years. It had been more than 9 years since the last Hunting War ended. There were still a few months before the Hunting War began. This time, the young generation of the royal family went around challenging the 3 palaces and 2 sects to warm up for the Hunting War. The real focus was the Hunting War that would be held a few months later. A competition between the young prodigies of the entire Clear Sky Island. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could already imagine how lively the Hunting War would be. The Hunting War is an independent space where there are countless ferocious demonic beasts. The young prodigies enter to kill the demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. According to the ranking of the demonic cores, those who can enter the top 10 will receive a lot of rewards. Bai Qingqing's eyes were burning when she talked about the Hunting War. What about the first place? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1103. Today, I woke up with a hangover. This feeling is too uncomfortable. I feel dizzy and can't go to work. I can't even write. Xianrong, I'll take a rest. Today's update will be at night. Chapter 1104. The Hunting War gathered all the talented martial artists in the entire Tongtian Island. Some of the disciples of the experts who lived in seclusion all year round would also graduate. Moreover, the Hunting War attracted the attention of all the experts in the entire Tongtian Island. Whoever could stand out in the Hunting War would definitely become an indomitable expert in the future. Furthermore, if one were to obtain first place, they would be rewarded handsomely. Although Bai Qingqing did not say what the reward would be. However, Fang Chen was very excited when he heard about the top 10 rewards. The Hunting War would begin in a few months. This was an opportunity. Bai Qingqing simply congratulated Fang Chen and left. Fang Chen began to study the privileges of the Golden Armor Commander. In the Fengtian Palace, Fang Chen walked on the tree-lined avenue and met countless martial artists who all greeted Fang Chen. Even some of the Silver Armor Commanders and Golden Armor Commanders from the Fengtian sect came to befriend Fang Chen. It was the first time in the history of the Black Sky sect that a junior commander directly became a Golden Armor Commander. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was very weak now, everyone knew that. A martial artist who could withstand Xie Sheng's attack as a Heaven Dipper Realm Level 4 martial artist was definitely not mediocre. In these few days, Fang Chen had been studying the privileges of the Golden Armor Commander. This research really gave him a big shock. The privileges of the Golden Armor Commander and the Junior Commander were simply unimaginable. This Golden Armored Commander sure has a lot of privileges. Fang Chen grinned. After a few days of research, he concluded the following points. Firstly, the Golden Armor Commander had a very high status in the Black Sky sect. To be able to become a Golden Armor Commander, his potential must be very high. Under normal circumstances, even the high-level Elder's potential might not be as high as the Golden Armor Commander. In fact, Fang Chen did not care about the status. What he really cared about was the benefits that came with the status. Therefore, the second point was that all the good resources in the Black Sky sect leaned towards the Golden Armor Commander. Speaking of resources, there were a few that made Fang Chen's heart move. For example, the Valley of Swords. In the history of the Black Heaven sect, there were many amazing people. There were even some martial artists who became the top powerhouses of Heavenspan Island. Among these people, there were a few sword cultivators. Before one of the sword cultivators passed away, he returned to the Black Heaven sect and founded the Sword Valley. Within the Valley of Swords, there was a terrifying sword chi. It was suitable for sword cultivators to temper their own sword chi and improve their sword Dao cultivation. There was also the Bone Pagoda, a good place to temper the body. There were also some relatively good cultivation places that ordinary martial artists could not enter in the past. There were even some places that the silver-armored commander was not qualified to enter. This was the benefit of being a golden-armored commander. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chen wanted to go to the Valley of Swords to take a look. Sword Valley, on a certain mountain peak of the Shentian sect. The peak of this mountain was extremely huge. The Sword Valley was located at the peak of the mountain and was guarded by elders. Sanguinati. This elder had also heard of Sanguinati's name and was very friendly towards him. After Fang Chen told him the purpose of his visit, he entered the valley. To be honest, there were not many sword cultivators in the Shentian sect. It could even be said that there were very few sword cultivators. There were even fewer sword cultivators at the Golden Armored Commander level. Seeing Fang Chen enter the Valley of Swords, the Guardian Elder could not help but sigh. In recent years, only 3 sword cultivators had entered the Valley of Swords. And Sanguinati was the 4th. There are fewer and fewer sword cultivators in the Shentian sect, the Guardian Elder said. Once upon a time, the sword cultivator lineage was also a very powerful lineage in the Shentian sect. However, with the fall or departure of a few sword cultivator powerhouses, the sword cultivator lineage of the Shentian sect gradually declined. Until now, there were almost no sword cultivators left. The interior of the Valley of Swords was exactly the same as a real valley. As soon as Fang Chen entered, he appeared in the middle of the valley. This valley was very narrow and there were walls all around the valley. It was strange to say that there were weeds everywhere on the ground in the valley. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that these weeds were all condensed from sword chi. What a brilliant method! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Using sword chi to condense flowers, plants, and trees, and after the baptism of time, they could not dissipate. Just this method alone was enough to make people look up to. The creator of this Valley of Swords was really a Sword Dao Almighty. Before entering the Valley of Swords, Fang Chen also thoroughly understood the situation of the Valley of Swords. When a sword cultivator entered the Valley of Swords, as long as he released his sword chi, he would trigger the sword chi in the Valley of Swords. The surrounding walls were filled with vast sword chi. Once it was triggered, a large amount of sword chi would rush over and temper the sword chi of the martial artist. There were a total of 18 levels of sword chi. It corresponded to the 1st level of the Heavenly Dipper realm to the 9th level of the Heavenly Body realm. Buzz! Fang Chen activated the king's sword chi, and the walls around the Valley of Swords immediately squirmed. The raging sword chi directly whistled over. Fang Chen activated the sword chi of the 4th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. Too weak. The sword chi hit his body, and Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then, the sword chi continued to strengthen. It didn't stop until it reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. On the wall, terrifying sword chi bombarded Fang Chen's body fiercely. Then, these sword chi merged with his own king's sword chi, tempering it. Awesome! Fang Chen shouted happily, enjoying the impact of the sword chi. Unknowingly, Fang Chen stayed in the Valley of Swords for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Fang Chen felt that the king's sword chi was more and more tyrannical, as if it could break through at any time. This Valley of Swords is indeed a holy land for sword cultivators. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. The sword chi in the Valley of Swords was the lifetime sword chi of the deceased Sword Dao Almighty. It contained the Sword Dao Almighty's understanding of the Sword Dao. While Fang Chen was enjoying the impact of the sword chi, he was also comprehending the Sword Dao Almighty's understanding of the Sword Dao. I wonder how strong the sword chi of the 1st level of the Heavenly Body realm is. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something and said slightly. Immediately, a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. With the strength of his perfect sword body, the sword chi of the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper tier could no longer cause any harm to him. If he wanted to continue tempering the king's sword chi, he needed to increase the level of his sword chi. So, he was tempted. However, the sword chi of the heavenly body realm was extraordinary, and Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. He carefully activated the sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm. Boom! All of a sudden, the surrounding walls underwent a huge change. Fang Chen noticed that the power of stars had emerged in the Valley of Swords. What terrifying power of stars! Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice. In an instant, the sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm shot out from the wall and hit Fang Chen's body with lightning speed. Catcher! Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the wall. There was a trace of blood on his body. Too strong. Fang Chen was shocked, and hurriedly retreated from the Valley of Swords. The sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm contained the power of stars, and was very powerful. He resisted it with his perfect sword body, but was still injured. Fang Chen was very decisive, and directly gave up on tempering the sword chi. With his current cultivation, he was still unable to resist the baptism of sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm. The guardian elder sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that someone had come out, and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Fang Chen's sorry state, he was somewhat puzzled. Sanguinati, what happened to you? Injured by sword chi, Fang Chen said. What level of sword chi did you activate? The guardian elder asked, puzzled. First level of the heavenly body realm. What first level of the heavenly body realm? Hearing this, the guardian elder looked at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. A little guy at the fourth level of the heavenly dipper tier actually dared to activate sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm. Was he seeking death? However, the guardian elder saw Fang Chen standing in front of him, perfectly fine. He looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. The gap between the heavenly body realm and the heavenly dipper tier is very big. There is heaven in between, and you actually dared to activate sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body realm, the guardian elder said with a smile. Regarding this, Fang Chen only smiled. Then, he bid farewell to the guardian elder and left the Sword Valley. This trip to the Sword Valley, Fang Chen's harvest was quite good. Although he was a little embarrassed in the end, it also let him know the power of sword chi of the heavenly body realm. If my cultivation was a little stronger, I might be able to resist it, Fang Chen thought to himself. Mystic Sky Sect, Main Peak. In a slightly gloomy courtyard. There were many cultivators guarding around the courtyard. Without the permission of the owner of the courtyard, no one could enter. Of course, the Mystic Sky Sect's sect master and vice sect master were an exception. This courtyard was the Red-Bearded Elder's courtyard. Red-Bearded Elder, this was what the people of the Mystic Sky Sect called him. As for what his real name was, everyone had long forgotten. The Red-Bearded Elder had a very high status in the Mystic Sky Sect. The reason for this was because he was a powerful weapon refiner. An expert who could refine a level 4 divine weapon. In the ancient sword continent, the peak of weapon refiners was God tier. Little did they know that there were also levels among God tier. 1 star to 9 stars. A 1-star God tier could refine a level 1 divine weapon. A 2-star God tier could refine a level 2 divine weapon. And so on. A 9-star God tier could refine a level 9 tribulation divine weapon. In the huge clear sky island, level 4 divine weapons were very rare, and level 5 divine weapons were even more priceless. Ordinary warriors usually used rank 1 divine weapons. Those who were slightly stronger would be able to use rank 2 divine weapons. As for level 3 divine weapons, those who owned them were the upper echelons of the Mystic Sky Sect. Level 4 divine weapons could be counted on one hand. The Red-Bearded Elder was a 4-star God tier. When the Mystic Sky Sect Master and Vice Sect Master saw him, their attitude was very good. At this moment, the Red-Bearded Elder's face was gloomy as he sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. The Heaven's Wrath Scholar is a piece of trash. I gave him a trump card, but he couldn't even kill a mere Sanguinati, the Red-Bearded Elder said in a deep voice. Elder, the Red-Head Blade and Sanguinati are irreconcilable. Opposite the Red-Bearded Elder, 2 members of the Red-Head Blade spoke up. Hearing this, the red-bearded elder nodded. Then, he fell into silence as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, the red-bearded elder's fingers gently tapped on the stone table. He raised his head and looked at the two of them. Chapter 1105. Although he knew that the Heaven's Fury Scholar was put into the Poison Cloud Mystery Realm by the red-bearded elder. However, Fang Chen did not dare to confirm whether the mastermind behind this matter was the red-bearded elder or not. Or was it the Heaven's Fury Scholar's doing, and the red-bearded elder was just helping him along the way? Fang Chen didn't act rashly and chose to expose the red-bearded elder to the higher-ups of the Black Sky sect. After all, he wasn't very confident. Moreover, he couldn't alert the enemy. The red-bearded elder was a heavenly body tier elite. It would be too easy for him to kill Fang Chen. If the red-bearded elder was completely enraged, he might secretly kill him. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. The higher-ups of the Black Sky sect definitely wouldn't make things difficult for the red-bearded elder for a dead prodigy. After returning from the Valley of Swords, Fang Chen didn't return to the Sky Ceiling Palace directly. Instead, he went to the Bone Pagoda. Compared to the Valley of Swords, there were many people in the Bone Pagoda. There were also many golden-armored commanders in the Black Sky sect's 8 palaces. At this moment, there were many golden-armored commanders in front of the Bone Pagoda. Commander Shui. Everyone was talking about the Bone Pagoda when they suddenly saw Fang Chen and greeted him. Although Sanguinati's cultivation was weak, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Especially that day when he defeated Xia Sheng with a trick. This made everyone look at Sanguinati in a new light. Sanguinati also nodded to everyone and responded to them one by one. Is Commander Shui also going to challenge the Bone Pagoda? A golden-armored commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, I'm here to see the Bone Pagoda. Commander Shui, this Bone Pagoda tests the strength of a martial artist's body. The stronger the body, the easier it is to challenge the Bone Pagoda, the golden-armored commander of the Windless Palace explained. In fact, the Bone Pagoda is a treasured place to temper the body. Before coming, Fang Chen had read about the Bone Pagoda. The Valley of Swords was aimed at sword cultivators, while the Bone Pagoda was aimed at body cultivators. Of course, even non-body cultivators could challenge the Bone Pagoda. On the path of martial arts, the higher the cultivation, the more they knew the importance of the body. Therefore, the golden-armored commanders all liked to challenge the Bone Pagoda. Every time he challenged the Bone Pagoda, he would reap great rewards. The Bone Pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and the gap between each level was huge. The golden-armored commanders present were all at Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9, and their physical bodies were not too bad. However, they were still in awe of the Bone Pagoda. Just as everyone was talking, the Bone Pagoda suddenly flickered and a figure walked out. Fang Chen recognized this person. He was the Golden Armor Commander of the Golden Sky Palace. Jin Wufeng actually made it to the 4th level. How amazing! Those with unique constitutions have an innate advantage when it comes to challenging the Bone Tower. Yes, Jin Wufeng's special physique is very domineering. It is said that he has the physique of an ancient giant bear and is very powerful. Several Golden Armor commanders sighed when they saw Jin Wufeng come out. Under normal circumstances, a Golden Armor commander without a special constitution would only be able to reach the 3rd level at most. He would not be able to advance any further. However, Jin Wufeng had actually reached the 4th level. There were a total of 7 levels, and each level was incomparably heaven-defying. Reaching the 4th level was enough to see that Jin Wufeng's physical body had reached a certain level of strength. Brother Jin, your physical body has become stronger again. A commander who had a good relationship with Jin Wufeng grinned. Jin Wufeng was also very happy to reach the 4th level. He nodded and said, recently, my ancient giant bear physique has made a breakthrough, and I have also triggered the ancient giant bear bloodline. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Jin Wufeng to trigger the ancient giant bear bloodline. People with unique constitutions had the opportunity to trigger the special bloodline. However, the probability was very small. It was so small that it could be ignored. However, Martial artists who could trigger the special bloodline would have their physical strength skyrocketed. No wonder Jin Wufeng could reach the 4th level. Amazing. Brother Jin, I admire you. Several people cupped their hands. After Jin Wufeng came out, several golden armor commanders entered the bone pagoda one after another. After a while, all of them came out. They did not pass the bone pagoda well, and one of them even stopped at the 2nd level. What's the record of the bone pagoda? Fang Chen suddenly asked. The golden armor commander said, it's said to be the 6th level. Who reached the 6th level? Fang Chen asked curiously. Back then, after Bai Qingqing was promoted to golden armor commander, she reached the 6th level on her first attempt, the golden armor commander said. Fang Chen was slightly surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Bai Qingqing's physical body to be so strong. Even the ancient giant bear physique could not reach the 5th level. However, Bai Qingqing, a weak woman, easily reached the 6th level. I wonder what her special physique is. Fang Chen was a little curious. After chatting with this person for a while, Fang Chen was a little curious about the bone pagoda, and immediately entered the bone pagoda. Seeing Sanguinati enter the bone pagoda, the golden armor commander's eyes lit up, and they began to discuss. How many levels do you think Sanguinati can reach? His cultivation base is too weak, and his physical body is not that strong. It's his first attempt, so he should be on the 2nd level. One of them shook his head, and then said, not necessarily. Maybe he can reach the 3rd level. The others also believed that Sanguinati could reach the 3rd level at most. Only the golden armor commander of the bloodthirsty palace thought that perhaps Sanguinati could reach the 4th level. He did not know Sanguinati at all, but he knew Bai Qingqing. A martial artist who could catch the attention of the incomparably arrogant Bai Qingqing definitely had great potential. The first time Bai Qingqing challenged the bone pagoda, she reached the 6th level. He wondered how many levels Sanguinati could reach. Fang Chen was completely unaware of the discussions outside. On the 1st level of the bone pagoda, Fang Chen quietly stood there. Feeling the enormous gravity coming from all directions, he felt incomparably carefree. The creator of this bone pagoda is also an almighty, Fang Chen said inwardly. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The 6 superpowers of Clear Sky Island had an extremely deep foundation. Although the Black Heaven sect had declined a little over the years, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even so, the Black Heaven sect was still one of the 6 superpowers of Clear Sky Island. The higher the status, the more Fang Chen could feel the terror of the Black Heaven sect. Especially after seeing the Valley of Swords and the Bone Pagoda, Fang Chen even had a very absurd thought. Perhaps the Black Heaven sect's strength was not only on the surface. There might be experts in the dark. Of course, this was only his guess. After entering the Bone Pagoda, he realized that the Bone Pagoda tempered the body, but it was actually gravity that squeezed the body. With the strength of Fang Chen's body, he could easily walk on the 1st level without using the perfect sword body. There's no pressure on the 1st level. Fang Chen found the entrance to the 2nd level. The gravity on the 2nd level was 5 times that of the 1st level. As soon as he came up, he felt a heavy pressure on his body. With this gravity, a Mystic King Realm martial artist will be squeezed to death in minutes, Fang Chen said to himself. When he arrived at the 2nd level, Fang Chen still did not use the perfect sword body. However, he felt a trace of pressure. Continue. Fang Chen did not want to rely on the perfect sword body for the time being. When he arrived at the 3rd level, the pressure suddenly increased, at least 10 times that of the 2nd level. At this moment, Fang Chen's body finally could not withstand it. Crack! His bones made a crisp sound, and Fang Chen's body was squeezed to the point that he was about to lie on the ground. He tried to resist the gravity, but it was to no avail. In the end, Fang Chen activated the perfect sword body. Buzz! The perfect sword body was activated, and the king's sword chi instantly surrounded him. The heavy pressure disappeared in an instant. It's easy. Fang Chen looked around and could no longer feel the heavy pressure. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the 4th level. The gravity here was countless times stronger than on the 3rd level. With this gravity, Even a low-level Heaven Star Realm martial artist would be crushed to death in an instant, Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body. Otherwise, he would really stop at the 3rd level. No wonder Jin Wufeng could barely reach the 4th level with the ancient bear's physique and bloodline. The 4th level is already so strong, I wonder how the 5th level will be. Now, Fang Chen was a little impressed by Qingqing. For her to reach the 6th level on her first attempt, one could only imagine how abnormal her physique was. My perfect sword body is known as the strongest physique in the world. Although it's only a low-level physique, it shouldn't be too bad. Fang Chen said softly. Then, he entered the 5th level. Boom. Just as he entered the 5th level, Fang Chen's body was directly squeezed by the heavy pressure, and his legs instantly bent. Ha! Fang Chen shouted, and the king's sword qi flowed around his body. The perfect sword body aura surrounded him. This gradually reduced the pressure. So strong. Fang Chen was shocked. Even a high-level Heaven Star Realm martial artist would be seriously injured by the heavy pressure on the 5th level. The pressure here had exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could feel that the perfect sword body's defense was not as easy as on the 4th level. Some of the heavy pressure was gradually seeping into his body. However, Fang Chen could still walk. Let's temper my body here. The heavy pressure on the 5th level had already made Fang Chen feel a trace of pressure. The heavy pressure from all directions converged on Fang Chen's body. The latter felt that the perfect sword body was operating at high speed. The gravity was constantly tempering Fang Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In the outside world, a few golden armor commanders could not wait and had already left. However, there were still a few golden armor commanders who stayed here. One of them was the bloodthirsty Palace's golden armor commander. I wonder which level he reached. It had been more than 2 hours, and Sanguinati still had not come out. It was very likely that he was tempering his body. Maybe he stopped at the 3rd level. A golden armor commander said. The bloodthirsty Palace's golden armor commander shook his head. His intuition told him that Sanguinati had not come out because he had reached the higher levels. His eyes were fixed on the bone pagoda. If he wants to reach the 4th level, Sanguinati must have a special physique and trigger a special bloodline. A golden armor commander said. Chapter 1106. 2 hours later, the perfect sword body could no longer absorb the gravity here. At this time, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. He felt that the perfect sword body had improved a lot. According to the records, the perfect sword body was the strongest physique in the universe. It was very difficult to improve it. If it were other physiques, it would have improved from low to medium. However, this was the perfect sword body. Although Fang Chen had been thinking of ways to improve it, it could almost be ignored. On the 5th level, Fang Chen could already move freely, but the restrictions were slightly stronger. Let's go to the 6th level and take a look. Fang Chen was very curious. What was Bai Qingqing's physique? Even he could only enter the 6th level after activating the perfect sword body to the extreme. And she entered the 6th level on her first attempt. The more it was like this, the more curious Fang Chen was. Then, he stepped forward and entered the 6th level. Boom! As soon as he entered the 6th level, he felt a terrifying pressure sweeping over. A pressure as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Fang Chen's body. Catcher! Although he had the defense of the perfect sword body, Fang Chen was still forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure. So strong. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. This gravity seemed to have reached the limit of the Heaven Dipper tier. No, it seemed to have reached the Heavenly Body tier. This, Fang Chen was shocked. The gravity on the 6th level was actually so strong. The perfect sword body's operation is much slower. Fang Chen found that the operation of the perfect sword body was weakening because of the gravity. No, if this continued, he would definitely be blasted out of the 6th level. Ha! Fang Chen bellowed and pushed his perfect sword physique to its limits. The king's sword qi was extremely dense. Hiss! The perfect sword body resisted the gravity and absorbed it at the same time. Fang Chen could feel the bones in his body creaking, tempering the perfect sword body. Ever since he had the perfect sword body, he had never been baptized by such a powerful pressure. Now was a chance. Maybe he could really use this to break through to the intermediate level of the perfect sword body. Thinking of this, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and began to resist the gravity. Perfect sword body, as expected of the strongest physique. At first, Fang Chen knelt on one knee, his body unable to withstand it. However, after struggling for a while, the perfect sword body started operating smoothly again. Then, it began to wildly absorb the gravity around it. Fang Chen gradually stood up. Even so, he still found it difficult to move around on the 6th floor. In this way, Fang Chen stayed on the 6th level for 6 hours. Finally, he felt that his perfect sword body was no longer absorbing the gravity. Fang Chen noticed the changes in the perfect sword body. Then, he looked inside his body and his face was full of smiles. The perfect sword body had reached the pinnacle of the elementary sword body. He was only one step away from the intermediate sword body. This was the result of training under the great pressure of the 6th floor. Fang Chen was very happy. Although he had suffered a lot in these 6 hours, it was all worth it. Will my perfect sword body reach the intermediate level after entering the 7th floor? Such a thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Soon after, he moved his feet with great difficulty and headed towards the 7th floor. The 7th floor was the highest floor of the Bone Tower. So far, no one in the Heaven Star border realm had entered this tower. It was not that they did not want to enter, but their strength was limited. Back then, Bai Qingqing was the most promising to enter the 7th floor. However, after she came out of the tower, she did not mention the 7th floor. Everyone thought that since she had already entered the 6th floor, could she really not enter the 7th floor? In fact, Bai Qingqing had entered the 7th floor before. She just did not say it. Because back then, she had a harder time than Fang Chen on the 6th floor. In the 6th floor, she tempered her body for 3 days and 3 nights before she could barely walk. She felt that her limit was the 6th floor. However, driven by curiosity, she stepped into the 7th floor. Boom! She did not know what was going on the 7th floor and was directly blasted away. Yes, that was it. Therefore, after coming out of the Bone Tower, she did not mention the 7th floor. Because she did not know what was going on the 7th floor. Now, after many years, Fang Chen entered the 7th floor. Boom! Just like Bai Qingqing back then, he felt the weight of Mount Tai as soon as he stepped into the 7th floor, as if his whole body was going to be torn apart. This Fang Chen felt that something was wrong, and immediately activated the perfect sword body to the extreme to resist this powerful force. Peng! Fang Chen's body was blasted away. However, he was not blasted out of the 7th floor. Instead, during the process of the attack, Fang Chen took the initiative and used the true meaning of time and space. Is this the 7th floor? Fang Chen was lying on the ground. He could not stand up, the pressure was too great. Probably even low-level heavenly body tier elites would not dare to enter here. Catcher! All the bones in his body shattered, and blood flowed out of his orifices. However, Fang Chen kept using the perfect sword body. His consciousness was already starting to blur. No, I have to persist. Fang Chen shouted in his heart. However, just as he was about to lose consciousness, something strange happened. The blood in his body emitted a bright light. This bright light illuminated Fang Chen's whole body. Then, his blood merged into the perfect sword body. Suddenly, his injured body was rapidly recovering. The aura of the perfect sword body was also rapidly increasing. Bloodline power! The weak Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Under such tyrannical pressure, his bloodline power was stimulated once again. So strong. This was the first time Fang Chen felt the strength of his bloodline power. In the past, he had also activated his bloodline power, but he did not have such an intuitive feeling. Inherited from my mother? His father was only a small cultivator in the ancient Sword continent. And his mother was a member of a large clan outside the realm. Such powerful bloodline power made Fang Chen more and more think that his mother's clan must be extraordinary. Rumble. The bloodline power fully erupted, raising the perfect sword body to the extreme. Dong. In an instant, Fang Chen's bottleneck was directly broken, and the perfect sword body naturally reached the intermediate level. This, Fang Chen was shocked. First, the strong pressure activated the bloodline power. Then, under the nourishment of the bloodline power, the perfect sword body was promoted to the intermediate level. Hiss. The perfect sword body was promoted to the intermediate level, and the defense power instantly soared. Fang Chen felt that the pressure on the 7th floor suddenly weakened a lot. What a strong defense. Fang Chen was ecstatic. The defense of the intermediate perfect sword body was too strong. Just now on the 7th floor, he was directly pressed to the ground, and even the bloodline power emerged. Now, without the bloodline power, the perfect sword body alone was enough to allow him to persist on the 7th floor. As expected of the perfect sword body. While Fang Chen was happy, he also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, there was an extremely powerful bloodline power hidden in his bloodline. If not, his recklessness would be a little dangerous. The bloodline power flashed, but even so, Fang Chen consumed a lot of energy. His face was a little pale, and the king's sword qi surrounded his body. The perfect sword body covered every corner of his skin. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, consolidating the perfect sword body. It had just reached the intermediate level, so it was a little unstable and needed to be consolidated. This consolidation took a day and a night. The next day, on the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The terrifying 7th level was no longer that dangerous to him. Although he could not completely withstand the pressure of the 7th floor, he could still walk. In the future, I can come to the 7th floor at any time to temper the perfect sword body, Fang Chen said. Then, he turned and left. When returning to the 6th floor, Fang Chen was smiling. The 6th floor, which was a little difficult before, was now a no-man's land. It was very easy. After a while, Fang Chen came out of the Bone Pagoda. However, after a day and a night, there was no one in front of the Bone Pagoda. Therefore, no one knew that Fang Chen had stepped into the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda except for himself. The harvest of the Bone Pagoda was too great. Not only did it allow Fang Chen's perfect sword body to reach the intermediate level. Moreover, it also allowed Fang Chen to recognize the power of his bloodline once again. How powerful is my bloodline power? Fang Chen was puzzled. For this, he specially entered the heaven-piercing peak. He asked the artifact spirit about the power of his bloodline. The power of his bloodline is usually hidden in the deepest part of a martial artist's blood. Only 1 in 10,000 martial artists can activate the power of their bloodline. Once the power of their bloodline is activated, their strength will skyrocket. Some powerful martial artists can even control the power of their bloodline at will for their own use. This was what the artifact spirit told Fang Chen. How can I control my bloodline power? Fang Chen asked. The stronger the bloodline power, the harder it is to control, the artifact spirit said. Moreover, as your cultivation increases, the activated bloodline power will gradually integrate into your body and become a part of your body. After chatting with the artifact spirit for a while, Fang Chen knew that in his current state, he couldn't detect the power of his bloodline. Forget it. There will be a day when I can control the power of my bloodline, Fang Chen said inwardly. On this day, some of the golden-armored commanders went to the Bone Pagoda, but found that Sanguinati had already left. The commander of the Bloodthirsty Palace was very curious about which floor Sanguinati had reached. He specially came to the Ceiling Sky Palace to find Fang Chen. Commander Shui, yesterday you challenged the Bone Pagoda. What floor did you reach? The 7th floor, Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the commander's expression changed. A trace of displeasure appeared between his eyebrows. Commander Shui, I respected you, so I came to ask about the results of your challenge. I didn't expect you to deliberately fool me. Mph, I was wrong about you. The commander waved his sleeve and angrily left. In his opinion, Sanguinati's words were simply nonsense. He must have been too embarrassed to say that because his floor was too low, so he deliberately said that. What kind of joke was that? Even Bai Qingqing couldn't reach the 7th floor. Chapter 1107. Originally, the golden-armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. He even thought that the martial artist chosen by Vice Palace Master Bai Qingqing must have boundless potential. He had always felt that Sanguinati should be able to achieve a good result in the Bone Pagoda. However, he didn't think that Sanguinati could surpass Bai Qingqing and enter the 7th floor. Therefore, when he asked Sanguinati, the latter told him that he had entered the 7th floor. The commander of the bloodthirsty palace was instantly enraged. He thought that Sanguinati was fooling him and humiliating Bai Qingqing. After the commander of the bloodthirsty palace left, Fang Chen spread his hands to express his helplessness. He had spoken the truth, but no one believed him. Forget it. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. It was indeed shocking that a Heaven Dipper realm cultivator could enter the 7th floor on his first try. Therefore, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. There were still a few months before the hunting war. Therefore, improving his cultivation was the most important thing. On the 3rd day after Fang Chen finished the Bone Pagoda, the mission elder found Fang Chen. Sanguinati. Seeing the mission elder, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. May I know why the mission elder is looking for me? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Sanguinati, every new golden-armored commander has to complete a mission from the mission hall, the mission elder said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What's my mission?" Since this was the rule of the Black Sky sect, he naturally couldn't say anything. There's a mountain range at the border between the Black Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect. There are some precious mineral veins in the mountain range that are jointly controlled by our two sects. A few days ago, we received news from the mineral veins that our disciples went missing for no reason. Therefore, we want you to investigate the situation, the mission elder said. Elder, what if the heavenly body tier elites of the Green Spirit sect obstruct us? Fang Chen asked. The mission elder waved a hand and said, "Don't worry. Our two great forces have an agreement. In order to prevent unnecessary conflict, the heavenly body tier elites of our two great forces are not allowed to enter. Those who violate this agreement will be severely punished." Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen was relieved. Then when do I leave? Fang Chen continued to ask. Let's go now. The sooner the better. After that, the mission elder gave Fang Chen detailed information about the mission and told him the location of the mission. Fang Chen bid farewell to the task elder and quietly left the Ceiling Heaven Palace. As he watched Sanguinati leave, a sinister look appeared in the eyes of the mission elder. Then, he quickly headed towards the red-bearded elder's courtyard. The Goldflow mountain range was located north of the Black Sky sect and bordered the Green Spirit sect. A long time ago, the Goldflow mountain range was not famous at all. It was not until the Two Great sect discovered the Goldflow stone vein in the depths of the Goldflow mountain range that its reputation spread. However, because the Two Great sect had absolute control over the Goldflow mountain range, outsiders could not enter at all. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at the Goldflow mountain range. Is this the Goldflow mountain range? Fang Chen stared at the Goldflow mountain range and stepped into it. As soon as he entered the Goldflow mountain range, he was discovered by people from the Two Great sect. This is the Goldflow mountain range. Susu, back off. A Heaven Dipper tier cultivator shouted loudly. Fang Chen took out his golden armor commander's token and told this person that he was from the Black Sky sect and was here to carry out a mission. So it's Commander Xue. This way please. There were two people guarding the periphery of the Goldflow mountain range. One of them was from the Black Sky sect. He had already received news that Sanguinati would come here. Therefore, when he heard Sanguinati's name, he welcomed him with a smile. After a while, this person welcomed Sanguinati into the building of the Black Sky sect. Deep in the Goldflow mountain range, there were two buildings facing each other. These two buildings were where the people from the Green Spirit sect and the Black Sky sect who were guarding the mine lived. Who's in charge here? Fang Chen asked. Commander Xue, I'm in charge here. You can call me Ba Mo. In the building, a stout middle-aged man walked to Fang Chen's side. I think you already know why I'm here. I hope you can cooperate with me. Fang Chen said bluntly. Ba Mo nodded and said, Don't worry, Commander Xue. We will definitely cooperate with you. Tell me about the situation of the Goldflow stone mine. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction and then asked. Next, B.A. Mo explained the situation of the Goldflow stone mine in detail. Because the two great sects jointly took over the mine, the mining of the Goldflow stone mine was also completed by the two great sects. In the end, after the two great sects' negotiation, each sect would enter the Goldflow stone mine to mine for 7 days. The 7-day period would be fixed and then rotated. 7 days. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Yes, 7 days. However, just a few days ago, our mining workers disappeared for no reason. We checked the interior of the Goldflow stone mine and found no clues, B.A. Mo said. Who's mining inside the Goldflow stone mine now? Fang Chen asked. It's our people. There were still 3 days before the deadline. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to personally go inside the mine. B.A. Mo wanted to lead Fang Chen into the mine but was rejected. After getting a simple map of the mine, Fang Chen went into the mine. The Goldflow stone was a very precious mine on Tongtian Island. This ore contained a huge amount of metal ore and could be of great help to metal cultivators. Although the Black Sky sect didn't need this ore, they could sell it. As soon as he entered the Goldflow stone mine, he saw shining ores embedded in the walls. After so many years of mining, many passages had formed inside the Goldflow stone mine. After a while, Fang Chen came to a slightly spacious place. According to the map, this was already the depths of the Goldflow stone mine. However, Fang Chen was thinking. In front of him, there were 3 passages. On the map, the passage on the left led to mining area 1, and the passage in the middle led to mining area 2. The passage on the right led to mining area 3. According to B.A. Mo, the area where the accident happened was in area 3. Let's go to area 3 and take a look, Fang Chen said. He entered the passage on the right. At the same time, outside the Goldflow stone mine, B.A. Mo was holding a communication jade pendant and was sending a message to the people inside. Sanguinati has entered area 3. After saying this, he put away the communication jade pendant, his face full of excited smiles. If he could complete this mission perfectly, he would be greatly promoted by the red-bearded elder. He could even return to the Black Sky sect and obtain a higher status. This was an opportunity. Under normal circumstances, those who were exiled to mine were martial artists who had been abandoned by the Black Sky sect. B.A. Mo was unwilling. He had painstakingly reached the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. If he could obtain a large amount of resources, he would definitely be able to step into the heavenly body realm. Just as he was very anxious, the red-bearded elder found him. After giving him some promises, he resolutely prepared to follow the red-bearded elder. Sanguinati, blame yourself for offending the red-bearded elder, B.A. Mo said sinisterly. His subordinate at the side was a little worried. Boss B.A. Mo, what if Sanguinati escapes? Impossible, B.A. Mo said. In the 3rd mining area, Fang Chen walked along the passageway for 3 minutes before he came out. What entered his eyes was an empty mining area. There were flowing gold stones flickering with golden light everywhere. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that there was no one here. Are they all missing? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked around. He walked in the 3rd mining area, searching everywhere to see if he could find anything. However, just as he was searching carefully, all of a sudden, he felt a terrifying force coming from behind him. Go to hell. Then, he heard a voice. Bang! Fang Chen had just turned around when he saw a figure attacking him. The figure's fist suddenly landed on his body. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was sent flying and smashed directly into the wall. Bang! Fortunately, Fang Chen's body was very hard, and he was fine. What's going on? Fang Chen looked over and found that this person seemed to be a mining staff. You are, Fang Chen shouted loudly. En. This person obviously felt a trace of surprise. He attacked with all his strength, but this person didn't die. However, he didn't give Fang Chen a chance and threw a punch at Fang Chen. At the same time, a few Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists also appeared in several other places and joined forces to attack. Crack! As soon as Fang Chen stood up, he felt that the ground he was standing on had collapsed. Immediately after, a terrifying wave of air instantly overturned him. Bang! This terrifying airwave was too strong, and it made Fang Chen's soul tremble. At the same time, his body was blasted into the collapsed ground by a few Heaven Star Border Realm martial artists. This kid is really strong. Seeing Fang Chen fall below, one of them said. So what if he's strong? He's going to die anyway. Hurry up and cover this place. A few of them used a special method and then covered it with a layer of flowing gold stones to resist the impact of the airwave below. Then, they left the place. Outside, in the building of Black Sky Sect. How is it? Ba-Mo asked. Don't worry, we joined forces to attack him. He couldn't fight back and was beaten into the ground by us. Hearing this, Ba-Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He knew clearly what was under the ground. Even if a heavenly body realm martial artist entered, he would definitely die. Boss, when we dealt with it, we deliberately left some clues. After the people of Green Spirit Sect handed it over, they will definitely find something strange. Then they will definitely be curious about this place and enter it. Even if that Sanguinati has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape this disaster. They were confident that Sanguinati would definitely die. Chapter 1108. Boom. After Fang Chen fell into the dark underground, the terrifying air waves continuously hit his body. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body to resist, so he was able to survive. However, in his heart, he was furious. Damn it, those people were obviously from the Black Heaven sect. Why did they attack me? Fang Chen thought quickly. After a long time, Fang Chen thought of a possibility. All of this was very likely to be part of the red-bearded elder's plan. Damn it. Fang Chen clenched his fists and roared angrily. If he didn't die this time, he would definitely take revenge in the future. The lower his body fell, the stronger the airwaves hit him. In the end, Fang Chen's perfect sword body was a little unable to resist. Bang! Fang Chen felt that his bones were about to fall apart. Finally, he landed on the ground. He didn't know how far underground he was from the flowing gold stone vein. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Fang Chen's body had suffered extremely serious injuries. Suddenly, a stimulating cold air drilled into Fang Chen's head. Suddenly, Fang Chen cried out miserably. His soul was shaken and almost collapsed. Immediately, he urged his early-stage blue rank soul to counterattack. At the same time, he carefully observed where he was. What is this? Fang Chen found that he was in a pool. It was dark all around. Only on the walls, he could vaguely see some flickering golden light. Flowing gold stone. Fang Chen was puzzled, but he didn't have time to think. He was desperately resisting the cold air in the pool. In the cold air, there seemed to be a tyrannical sharp metal chi. It was very sharp and overbearing. His soul was a little unable to resist. Hiss. However, at this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. Waves of golden light emitted and enveloped Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the corrosion of the sharp metal chi slightly weaken. The golden heart is protecting me. The golden heart only weakened the corrosion of the sharp metal chi, but it did not completely eliminate it. Even so, the pain in Fang Chen's soul had lessened a lot. He stretched out his hand, and a wisp of flame appeared on his fingertip, instantly illuminating the entire underground. Crash! The fire illuminated the ground, and Fang Chen discovered that the pool was very small, only big enough to accommodate himself. What surprised him was that the stream water in the pond was all golden in color. On the surrounding walls, there were many flowing gold stones flashing. Waves of powerful chi waves surged from the bottom of the pool. The perfect sword body was constantly blocking the attacks. What the hell is this? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He sent his consciousness into the heaven-piercing peak and asked the artifact spirit. What is this? Golden liquid inside the flowing gold rock? After listening to Fang Chen's description, the artifact spirit was shocked. He looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of worry. Master, if my guess is correct, the place you are in is created by the most primitive flowing gold stone that was born naturally, the artifact spirit said in a deep voice. "The most primitive flowing gold rock?" asked Fang Chen with a frown. The artifact spirit was silent for a moment, and then said, "It is the legendary flowing gold ancestral rock." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Any kind of ore was born from nature's long years of nurturing and combining all kinds of things. And every kind of ore had a primitive ancestral rock, commonly known as the mother rock. That was the flowing gold rock that nature had first nurtured. The reason this flowing gold rock was called the ancestral rock was because it had a powerful ability. Because of it, it was able to continuously produce flowing gold rock. Who would have thought that the flowing gold mountain range was actually hiding a priceless flowing gold ancestral rock? If the outside world knew about the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 imperial family, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The flowing gold ancestral rock was formed after countless years. The metal aura it contains is too strong. Over time, some liquid was produced from its body. This liquid contains a strong metal aura that can corrode a cultivator's soul. It is called the flowing gold water. The pool Fang Chen was in was the flowing gold water. After countless years, the flowing gold ancestral rock had nurtured flowing gold water. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be trapped in it? No wonder even the perfect sword body could not resist it. Fortunately, he had a perfect sword body. If he had an ordinary body, he would have been corroded in minutes. "Master, you have to leave this place as soon as possible. Once you are completely surrounded by the flowing gold water, you will have no way to escape," said the artifact spirit. Fang Chen asked the artifact spirit if there was any way to escape. The artifact spirit shook its head. Back then, when it was with its old master, it had not seen the legendary flowing gold ancestral rock, let alone the flowing gold water. Everything depended on Fang Chen. When his consciousness returned to his body, Fang Chen immediately felt a stimulating pain. Although he had the protection of the golden heart, he still could not avoid the corrosion of the flowing gold water. "I must find a way to leave this place," Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden light emitted by the golden heart enveloped his body as if it was resisting the power of the flowing gold water. Fang Chen exerted all his strength and jumped directly to the sky above the flowing gold water. However, in an instant, he was pulled into the pool by the flowing gold water. Boom! The shock to his soul made Fang Chen feel excruciating pain. "I can't go on like this." Fang Chen felt a headache coming on. Once the power in the golden heart was exhausted, he would definitely die. However, it was impossible for him to escape after being trapped in the flowing gold water. For a moment, Fang Chen was in a dilemma. His face was extremely gloomy, and he kept trying to escape. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the handover of the 2 sects. As usual, the handover was completed smoothly. Then, the people of the Green Spirit sect entered the mining area. Soon, someone came to the 3rd mining area. They found the collapsed land above the flowing gold water. Why is there a layer of flowing gold stone here? The people of the Green Spirit sect were a little confused. Then, he came here and pried open the flowing gold stone with his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying airwave blew him away. The people of the Green Spirit sect were shocked and hurriedly contacted the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect. Soon, the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect arrived. "Boss, there's something strange here." The person in charge of the Green Spirit sect sensed that something was wrong here, and his face was gloomy. "Seal the news and don't tell anyone. Maybe there's a treasure here," the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect said in a deep voice. "Yes, boss." Soon, the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect sealed the passage to the 3rd mining area. He was alone in mining area 3, trying to figure out what was beneath the cave-in. At this moment, Fang Chen was struggling in the flowing gold water below the collapsed land. "Damn it, the flowing gold water has penetrated my soul and is corroding it." Fang Chen's mind was a little blurry. He was exhausted after resisting the flowing gold water for several days. He was almost unable to resist the corrosion of the flowing gold water. Even the speed of the golden heart's rotation had decreased a lot, and the golden halo around him was gradually disappearing. Buzz. However, just as Fang Chen was about to lose consciousness, his soul shook. In an instant, A bright blue luster was released from his soul. Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. My soul has broken through. Fang Chen did not expect that his soul had reached the middle stage of the blue level. At this moment, the weapon spirit sent him a message. Master, although the flowing gold water is very corrosive and specifically targets the soul, it's also an opportunity. But it's also an opportunity. Absorbing the golden water can strengthen one's soul. Hearing the weapon spirit's voice, Fang Chen was shocked. Although the flowing gold water was very corrosive, it was also helpful to the soul of a human. If my soul grows stronger than the speed of corrosion, will I be able to leave this place successfully? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this question. Immediately, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, he operated the 5 thunder tribulation technique and tried his best to increase the level of his soul. The flowing gold water was hundreds of miles below the ground and blocked the soul's detection. The person in charge of the green spirit sect in the 3rd mining area could not detect the situation below. The airwave contains a strong metal aura. It's very likely to be a treasure born from the flowing gold or vein. The person was very excited. If he could get this treasure, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This was his chance. I have 7 days. I must get the treasure within this time. The person in charge of the green spirit sect finally made a decision. With a leap, he jumped directly into the collapsed area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a strong air wave wrapped around his body and he fell directly below. In the flowing gold water, Fang Chen was desperately trying to increase the level of his soul. Suddenly, with a bang, the surrounding molten gold water splashed with waves. Immediately, he stopped cultivating and turned his head to look. Oh, it's someone from the green spirit sect. Fang Chen discovered the person's identity and cried out involuntarily. The person in charge of the green spirit sect did not have a perfect sword body like Fang Chen. He fell into the flowing gold water, which directly caused him to be seriously injured. Quan Sheng's bones were shattered, and his body was severely injured. Ah! The person let out a miserable cry. Fang Chen clearly felt that the flowing gold water quickly wrapped around him and then invaded his soul. Soon, the soul of the person in charge of the green spirit sect directly withered and then collapsed. Crack! The person in charge of the green spirit sect died here. What a terrifying flowing gold water! Seeing the flowing gold water kill the person in charge of the green spirit sect, Fang Chen was greatly shocked. If he did not have a perfect sword body and a golden heart, he would have died here and followed in the footsteps of the person in charge. I must find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up easily. At the same time, the device spirit was also reading the books left by the old master, trying to find a solution. Chapter 1109. The molten gold water contained an extremely corrosive metal aura. It was very domineering and fierce. This was especially true for the soul, which was extremely powerful. The reason why Fang Chen could persist until now was entirely because of his freakishly perfect sword body and golden heart. Without these 2 things, he would definitely die. Fortunately, his soul was rapidly improving with the passage of time. From the early stage of the blue level to the peak of the early stage, to the middle stage, and then to the peak of the middle stage. At the same time, his soul cultivation rank was also gradually rising. It was a pity that he couldn't successfully cultivate the 2nd stage of the 5 thunder tribulation technique. If he could successfully cultivate it, his strength would definitely rise to another level. Of course, everything that Fang Chen was doing now was to be able to escape this place. However, just as Fang Chen was desperately resisting the molten gold water, the little mouse appeared. Boss, where is this place? These days, the little mouse entered a state of epiphany and only just woke up. This time, he gained a lot from the epiphany. As soon as he came out, he sensed the terrifying metal aura. Instantly, the hair on the little mouse's body stood up. Purple light emerged around his body, forming a strong defense. Its little face was full of surprise. There were not many things that could surprise the little mouse like this. The molten gold water born from the primordial ancestral stone inside the molten gold stone mine, Fang Chen said with difficulty. Instantly, The little mouse turned pale with fright. In his memory, there was a legend about the primordial ancestral stone. Primordial ancestral stone, how could it be the primordial ancestral stone? The little mouse cried out involuntarily. The primordial ancestral stone was said to be born from heaven and earth. Not to mention Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, even elites who surpassed the heavenly body realm would be jealous. That kind of treasure naturally contained the great Tao of nature. If one could obtain it, one would benefit greatly. There was even hope to set foot on the peak of martial arts. At this moment, the little mouse was ecstatic after the shock. Because, in its memory, the heaven-devouring divine rat race had inherited memories. This memory came from the heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Zongjian Emperor. Ever since the little mouse became an adult, its memory had been awakened. The reason why the heaven-devouring godly rat that followed Emperor Zongjian was so heaven-defying. It was because he had swallowed a primordial ancestor stone. In the little mouse's memories, the primordial ancestral stone occupied a large part of his memories. In his memories, he even emphasized that if he had the chance, he must devour the primordial ancestor stone. This was because the heaven-devouring divine rat clan was an incomparably heaven-defying clan in itself. Once he devoured the primordial ancestral stone, there would be an earth-shattering transformation, and he might even become invincible. Boss, could it be that there really is a goldflow progenitor stone below this pool? Asked the little mouse excitedly. Fang Chen nodded and said, the artifact spirit of the Heaven's Link Peak said that the flowing gold water will only appear where the flowing gold ancestral stone is present. In fact, in the vast universe, there were thousands of different types of ores. Every type of ore had a type of mother stone, which was the so-called primordial ancestral stone. Comparatively speaking, the flowing gold ancestral stone was one of the weaker ancestral stones among the tens of thousands of ancestral stones. If he had encountered a heaven-defying primordial ancestral stone, Fang Chen would probably not be here anymore, and his soul would have scattered long ago. This was because the sacred water produced by the primordial ancestral stone was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it's the flowing gold water. The little mouse heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Fang Chen struggle to persevere. With the perfect sword body, the boss would not have too much of a problem for now. Plop! Purple light surged around the little mouse's body, and then it jumped into the flowing gold water. Hiss! Within the flowing gold water, a terrifying sharp metal chi was eroding the little mouse. However, it was blocked by the purple halo. Seeing this, the little mouse finally relaxed. The toughness of the heaven-devouring divine rat's body was not inferior to the perfect sword body. Of course, the little mouse did not know to what extent the perfect sword body could grow to. It only knew that at the present stage, there was almost no physique that could resist the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. Amazing! Seeing the little mouse swimming freely in the flowing gold water, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The heaven-devouring divine rat clan's body was truly terrifyingly tough. Boss, I'm going to find the flowing gold primordial stone. Hold on. With that, the little mouse directly dived into the flowing gold water. Fang Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but there was nothing he could do. Buzz! The golden heart seemed like it would stop spinning at any moment. The golden luster around it also grew weaker and weaker. Fang Chen was very nervous. 3 days later, the little mouse successfully found the flowing gold primordial stone. 100 meters below the flowing gold water, there was an incomparably huge stone. This stone was completely golden and emitted a resplendent light. The closer the little mouse got to the flowing gold primordial stone, the more the purple halo around it grew. What a strong corrosive power! The little mouse could not help but exclaim. It arrived in front of the flowing gold primordial stone with great difficulty. After carefully observing it, the little mouse frowned slightly and discovered that something was wrong. What's going on? The little mouse was surprised. In its memory, it happened to have memories of the flowing gold primordial stone. However, according to the description in its memory, it was a little different from the flowing gold primordial stone in front of it. The flowing gold primordial stone in its memory was circular and its volume was not this big. Could it be that this is fake? The little mouse faintly said. But that was not right. If it was fake, where did the flowing gold water come from? After thinking about it, it could not figure it out. Thus, the little mouse stopped thinking and directly touched the flowing gold primordial stone with its little paw. Buzz! Suddenly, a vast and sharp golden aura drilled into the little mouse's head. In an instant, the little mouse's body shook. However, after a short struggle, the little mouse gained control. I see. The little mouse grinned and laughed. It already knew why the flowing gold primordial stone was different from its memory. Then, the little mouse's little paw groped into a groove on the flowing gold primordial stone. Crack! As the little paw moved, the groove also moved. Soon after, a terrifying attractive force instantly shot out from the groove and engulfed the entire pool. Crash! Fang Chen, who was struggling to resist, suddenly felt the flowing gold water drop. What's going on? The flowing gold water continued to drop, and in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen's body also fell to the bottom of the pool. There was a large stone emitting golden light and the little mouse. Is this the flowing gold primordial stone? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he hurriedly asked. Boss, this is not the flowing gold primordial stone, the little mouse said with a smile. Then what is it? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. This is the pseudo-primordial stone. The little mouse said, in the universe, the primordial stone is incomparably heaven-defying. Under normal circumstances, it would simply not be discovered by people. And they would often give birth to some pseudo-primordial stones. The appearance of these pseudo-primordial stones is similar to their imagination, and their methods are similar. The only difference is that the power of the pseudo-primordial stone is limited and it is unable to give birth to sacred water. Pseudo-primordial stone. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This was the first time he had heard of a pseudo-primordial stone. This pseudo-primordial stone has a very large space inside and contains a large amount of flowing gold water, the little mouse said. After hearing the little mouse's explanation, Fang Chen gradually understood. In other words, this pseudo-primordial stone did not have the ability to give birth to flowing gold water. This flowing gold water was given birth by the primordial stone. Fortunately, it is the pseudo-primordial stone. If the primordial stone was truly here, even my body would not be able to withstand it. The little mouse felt a lingering fear. It seemed that he had still underestimated the power of the flowing gold primordial stone. Just a pseudo-primordial stone had nearly rendered him helpless. Since the pseudo-primordial stone was given birth by the primordial stone, then why would it appear here? Could it be that the primordial stone is also nearby? Fang Chen doubtfully asked. Speaking up to this point, the little mouse's eyes turned extremely serious. It lowered its head to look at the pseudo-primordial stone beneath its feet and slowly said, "This pseudo-primordial stone was most likely placed here by an expert in the past." What? Fang Chen was greatly shocked hearing this. What kind of expert was able to casually take the pseudo-primordial stone away from the primordial stone? What was the point of such an expert placing the pseudo-primordial stone here? To be able to do this, it must be an extremely powerful expert. It might even be stronger than the Zongjian Emperor, the little mouse said in a deep voice. Chapter 11:10. Even more powerful than Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen was completely shocked. Perhaps this was once the old site of a large sect, and that Almighty placed the pseudo-ancestral stone here in order to let the pseudo-ancestral stone nurture flowing gold ore and form a flowing gold ore mine, Little Mouse continued. Of course, this was only its conjecture. As for the specifics, it was simply too long ago, so far that it could not imagine. Actually, there was another possibility that Little Mouse did not mention. The Almighty who had used some method to bring the pseudo-ancestral stone here might be an expert from the previous era. He tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. After a long time, Fang Chen finally recovered. He also learned from Little Mouse that the vast flowing gold water had already been absorbed into the pseudo-ancestral stone. The flowing gold water is very corrosive, but it can temper the soul. It would be great if I could collect some, Fang Chen said. However, he also knew that this was impossible. The molten gold water was extremely corrosive. What in the world could store the molten gold water? Boss, What you said is not impossible, Little Mouse suddenly said. You have a way? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Little Mouse nodded and continued, this is a pseudo-ancestral stone. I will devour it in a while. After I devour it, I will enter a long period of deep sleep. The flowing gold water will also spread throughout my body and fuse with my blood. I will force a small portion of the molten gold water to my finger. Boss, when you need it, you can cut my finger and you will be able to obtain the flowing gold water. Little Mouse said, of course, my body is not strong enough, so the amount of flowing gold water I can withstand is limited. Fang Chen was overjoyed at Little Mouse's words. At the same time, he was very shocked. Although it is a pseudo-ancestral stone, it is still powerful enough. Will you really be fine after you devour it? Fang Chen was slightly worried. Boss, don't worry. My heaven-devouring divine rat clan has a special method to devour primordial ancestral stones. Moreover, this is only a pseudo-ancestral stone. The Little Mouse said. If it weren't for Fang Chen, it wouldn't have been able to obtain such an opportunity. All right, I'll protect you while you devour, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Soon after, he activated his perfect sword body and held the star-hidden sword in his hand. He looked around vigilantly. Little Mouse used a special method to devour the pseudo-ancestral stone. Actually, Fang Chen really wanted to bring the pseudo-ancestral stone out. Its value was simply too great. For a piece of pseudo-ancestral stone, even if it was to make those elites who had surpassed the heavenly body tier owe him a favor, they would still be willing to do so. However, he also knew. The pseudo-ancestral stone could not be taken away, unless he had the same methods as the Almighty who moved the pseudo-ancestral stone here. Therefore, the best way was to let the Little Mouse absorb it. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the handover between the Green Spirit sect and the Black Sky sect. On this day, the people of the Qingling sect exited the Gold Flow Stone Lode. And the people of the Black Sky sect entered. However, as soon as Ba Mo and the others entered the Gold Flow Stone Lode, they heard voices from the outside world. Boss hasn't come out yet. We want to go in and find Boss. The people of the Qingling sect found that their boss did not come out and were very puzzled. They clamored to go in and find Boss. However, how could the people of the Black Sky sect let them in? People of the Qingling sect, don't forget the rules set by our two sects. If you want to cause a war between our two sects, come in. Ba Mo said ruthlessly. Immediately, the people of the Qingling sect retreated. After all, the people of the Qingling sect were also well aware of the rules. Just like that, for a whole 7 days, the people of the Qingling sect had been waiting for their boss to appear. However, their boss did not appear. Inside the Gold Flow Stone Lode, the third mining area. When Ba Mo arrived here, he saw that the Gold Flow Stone was gone from the collapsed area. He already knew that the person in charge of the Qingling sect must have entered here. In this way, we can push the blame to Sanguinati, if he's still alive, Ba Mo said with a sinister smile. He carefully walked to the collapsed area. He thought he would be blown away by the shockwave. However, it was beyond his expectation. There was no terrifying shockwave below at all, and there was no movement at all. What's going on? Ba Mo was very puzzled. He had once explored here and found that there was an unknown danger below, which was enough to kill a person in the Heavenly Dipper realm LV9. Therefore, he lured Sanguinati here and killed Sanguinati. But now, could it be that Sanguinati got a blessing in disguise and got an opportunity? Thinking of this, Ba Mo cursed and immediately jumped into the collapsed area. The collapsed area was very deep, and Ba Mo fell quickly. After a long time, he landed on the ground. Seeing Ba Mo, Fang Chen immediately attacked. Die! He directly performed the 6th level of the Sky Demon swordsmanship. The tricky sword technique slashed towards Ba Mo in an unimaginable trajectory. As soon as he landed on the ground, he was attacked. Ba Mo hurriedly responded. Bang! Ba Mo resisted the attack of the Sky Demon swordsmanship with difficulty, and then he saw clearly the martial artist who attacked him. Sanguinati, why? Are you surprised to see me alive? Fang Chen sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. You're really lucky. Did you get the treasure below? Ba Mo asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen being alive was really out of his expectations. But now, what he wanted the most was the treasure. At first, he didn't dare to think about it because of fear. At this moment, he was very regretful. He didn't expect Sanguinati to take advantage of him. You can exchange your life for it. Fang Chen sneered. Damn it. Ba Mo was furious. He activated his peak Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation and performed his strongest attack. Bang bang bang. In this narrow space, the two's attacks were very intense. The more they fought, the more frightened Ba Mo was. Although Sanguinati's cultivation was weak, he was very strong. Go to hell. Ba Mo found an opportunity and punched Sanguinati. After sending the latter flying with a punch, Ba Mo jumped and came to Sanguinati's side, wanting to kill him. However, at this moment, a terrifying wave of air suddenly shot toward them at a rapid speed. Poochie Ba Mo felt something was wrong and hurriedly dodged. But his arm was still penetrated by the flowing gold water. Ah! Ba Mo screamed miserably. The flowing gold water penetrated his mind and eroded his soul. His soul wasn't as strong as Sanguinati's, and it was shaking. What's going on? At this moment, Ba Mo noticed the little mouse. The little mouse glared at Ba Mo and was ready to attack. Run! Ba Mo didn't say anything and jumped. He used the blood escape technique, burned his blood, and escaped. Fang Chen didn't chase after Ba Mo. After all, Ba Mo was a peak Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist. With Fang Chen's current strength, he couldn't completely gain the upper hand. If Ba Mo wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. Boss, I'm at the critical moment of devouring and can't be distracted. After that, the little mouse continued to devour the pseudo-ancestral stone. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he understood. The little mouse must have attacked by force just now. Don't worry, I'll block it for you. After saying that, Fang Chen used the spacetime true meaning in his mind and flew to the surface in a short while. Then, he covered the collapsed entrance with the flowing gold stone and sat cross-legged on the side. He didn't want others to disturb the little mouse. Ba Mo was repelled and hurriedly left the flowing gold stone vein. Damn you, Blood Sword Saint, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Ba Mo was furious. An idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately went straight to the Qingling sect building. I want to see Qing Shi. After a while, Ba Mo saw Qing Shi. Qing Shi was the strongest under the Qingling sect. Qing Shi, I found your boss's body. Ba Mo went straight to the point. Qing Shi's face changed greatly. He was killed in the third mining area of the flowing gold stone vein. Ba Mo said. Make it clear. Qing Shi said in a deep voice, her words were full of killing intent. Don't misunderstand. The person who killed your boss is Sanguinati. Ba Mo said, he betrayed the Black Sky sect. Ba Mo's words were full of anger. Sanguinati. Qing Shi's eyes flickered and said, since he's a traitor, why don't you clean up the sect and tell me instead? Hearing that, Ba Mo lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then, he said, actually, I've already fought with him. I can't kill him. Chapter 11:11. Qing Shi had a close relationship with the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect. Back then, both of them joined the Green Spirit sect with lofty ambitions. However, the many prodigies of the Green Spirit sect gave them a stern warning. Originally, both of them thought that their potential was already very strong. However, after joining the Green Spirit sect, they realized that their potential was simply too weak compared to the other true prodigies. Therefore, in the following period of time, the two of them could hardly compete for any resources. Seeing their peers surpass them one by one, they felt very upset. In the end, they were assigned to this place by the Green Spirit sect to be in charge of mining the goldstone lode. In fact, they knew that the Green Spirit sect had already given up on them. They had always regarded each other as brothers. However, now that Qing Shi learned that the person in charge was dead, he was furious. He stared at Ba Mo, trying to see if he was lying. Ba Mo waited quietly. He knew that it was very difficult to make Qing Shi believe him. However, he was confident. After a long time, Qing Shi spoke. Where is Sanguinati? Qing Shi asked in a deep voice. After I fought with him, I was defeated and fled in a hurry. He should still be in the third mining area now, Ba said. Qing Shi nodded when she heard that. Qing Shi did not give a clear answer, and Ba did not ask. In the end, Ba left. He did not know what Qing Shi was thinking. Anyway, he knew that Qing Shi must be furious. A few days later, the two sects completed the handover. Qing Shi immediately entered the goldstone lode. Everyone, follow me to the third mining area, Qing Shi said in a deep voice. Although many of the Green Spirit sect's mining warriors were confused, they still went to the third mining area. Whoosh! After passing through the passage, they arrived at the third mining area. They suddenly found that Sanguinati was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a vast king sword chi. It's really you. At this moment, Qing Shi believed Bamo's words. Sensing the arrival of Qing Shi and the others, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Sanguinati, you killed my big brother. Blood for blood. Qing Shi roared and immediately waved his hand. Immediately, the many Green Spirit sect disciples behind him all launched an attack. Boom! In the narrow third mining area, a chaotic battle broke out. Fang Chen fought against the numerous martial artists of the Green Spirit sect by himself. These warriors' cultivations were not strong. With Fang Chen's strength, he could easily deal with them. Even these warriors couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. Activating his perfect sword body, a majestic sword chi surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense. Then, Fang Chen performed the heavenly demon swordsmanship and killed the disciples of the Green Spirit sect. In the blink of an eye, 5 Green Spirit sect disciples died under Fang Chen's sword. Qing Chi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sanguinati. Qing Shi also did not expect that Sanguinati's strength was actually so formidable. Bang Qing Shi had personally made a move. He clenched his fists, and a green halo appeared around him. Then, it quickly gathered on his fist. Immediately, Qing Chi's fist increased by 100 times. Then, Qing Chi threw a punch at Fang Chen without hesitation. Go to hell! Qing Chi shouted in a low voice. His fist carried a majestic power and instantly blasted toward Fang Chen. Bang! Activating his intermediate perfect sword body, a majestic sword chi spread. Qing Chi's fist blasted onto Fang Chen's body, but it only made the latter take a few steps back. What a strong defense! Seeing this, Qing Chi was shocked. Sanguinati's defense was too strong. Again, Qing Chi took a few steps back and steadied himself. Then, he formed a complicated seal with both hands. Gusts of strong wind appeared in the narrow third mining area. These gusts of strong wind were filled with a majestic wind aura. Wind Demon Hand. Qing Chi performed a unique skill. Above his head, countless giant palm prints appeared and blasted toward Fang Chen. The 6th level of the heavenly demon swordsmanship cut through the sky. A beam of heavenly demon sword light blasted out instantly and hit the countless giant palm prints. Crack! However, what Fang Chen didn't expect was that the heavenly demon sword light couldn't resist the attack of the wind demon hand. Seeing the heavenly demon sword light shatter, Qing Chi's face revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, Sanguinati was already a dead man. However, in a split second, Fang Chen made a decision. He took a deep breath and immediately performed the heavenly star technique. Crash! The power of the stars in the air suddenly gathered above his head and then formed a giant hand of stars at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Then, the giant hand of stars pressed down. Crack! The giant hand of stars smashed countless giant palm prints with an unstoppable force. What kind of secret skill is this? When Qing Shi saw this, a trace of fear emerged in his heart and he kept retreating. Run! Seeing the giant hand of stars blasted toward him, Qing Chi immediately turned around and fled. However, since Fang Chen had already performed the star sky technique, how could he give him a chance? Bang! The giant hand of stars directly pressed on Qing Chi's body and instantly slapped him away. Then, Fang Chen used the giant hand of stars to sweep through the third mining area. Suddenly, there was a series of screams. In the blink of an eye, except for Qing Chi, the other warriors were all dead. Crack! Qing Chi's arm was broken and he fell to the ground, covered in blood. His pupils constricted and he finally thought of something at this moment. Condensing a giant hand of stars, this seems to be a lost technique of Tongtian Island, the star sky technique. Thinking of this, Qing Chi's face was full of horror. The star sky technique was too famous in Tongtian Island back then. Ordinary martial artists knew about this secret technique. However, as time passed, the star sky technique gradually disappeared from people's sight. The technique that Qing Chi cultivated was also a handprint type technique. Therefore, he had been studying this type of technique. Therefore, he also learned about the star sky technique from ancient books. And now, he actually saw this secret skill. Star sky technique. Qing Chi shouted. Fang Chen sneered and displayed the spacetime true meaning. He suddenly appeared in front of Qing Chi. Puff! The star-hidden sword slashed down and immediately cut off Qing Chi's other arm. In his palm, there was a communication jade pendant, but Qing Chi had not had time to send out the message. Die! Since the star sky technique was exposed, he had to kill him. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen killed Qing Chi. Phew! After killing Qing Chi, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The battle just now also made him a little tired. After all, Qing Chi's cultivation was the same as the person in charge of Qingling sect, the peak of Heaven Dipper realm. If he did not expose the star sky technique, it was impossible to kill him. Outside, Ba Mo had been waiting for good news. However, after waiting for 3 days, there was no news. Even the miners of the Green Spirit sect were nowhere to be seen. This scene attracted Ba Mo's attention. He paced back and forth in the building. At a certain moment, he finally could not help it. Sneak into the lava gold stone mine and see the situation. Ba Mo waved his hand and instructed a martial artist to enter the lava gold stone mine. Yes. The martial artist left for a while and hurriedly returned. His face was extremely solemn and he was panting. What happened? Ba Mo asked. Boss Ba Mo, something bad happened. When the martial artist spoke, his face was full of horror. Tell me the details. Ba Mo frowned. I entered the lava gold stone mine and found that the first and second mining areas were empty. Finally, I prepared to enter the third mining area. The martial artist paused. What's the situation in the third mining area? What Ba Mo wanted to know the most was the situation in the third mining area. I walked halfway through the passageway and did not dare to go further. Because the passageway was full of blood, the martial artist said in horror. Ba Mo's face changed slightly. There was no one in the entire lava gold stone mine. In this case, Qing Chi must have gathered all the martial artists and entered the third mining area. Did you hear the sound of fighting? Ba Mo asked. The martial artist shook his head. There was no sound of fighting. Did Qing Chi kill Sanguinati? Ba Mo racked his brains. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Sanguinati killed all the people of Qingling sect. Chapter 11-12. In the end, Ba Mo made a decision. He would go in and check it out himself. He had fought with Sanguinati before. Although Sanguinati was powerful, it was obviously impossible for him to kill the people of the Qingling sect by himself. Unless his spiritual pet intervened. Although he was a little frightened, Ba Mo finally chose to go in and check it out. Because it was related to the inheritance of the supreme treasure. Ba Mo ordered everyone to stay in the building. He entered the third mining area alone. Walking in the passage, Ba Mo found a lot of blood. His heart skipped a beat. He took the last step and entered the third mining area. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene that shocked him. There was blood everywhere in the third mining area. The people of the Qingling sect were all lying in a pool of blood. Qingxi. Ba Mo saw Qingxi not far away. Even Qingxi is dead. At this moment, Ba Mo was terrified and wanted to escape. However, Fang Chen appeared silently. Why do you want to leave as soon as you arrive? Fang Chen appeared behind Ba Mo silently and sneered. Ba Mo tried to stay calm and said coldly, Sanguinati, you killed the people of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect will not let you go. If I were you, I would think about how to save my life. Fang Chen joked. He had already killed Qingling, so he did not mind killing Ba Mo Humph. It's not that easy to kill me, Ba Mo said. You can try. Fang Chen sneered. Boom. Suddenly, Ba Mo launched an attack and punched Fang Chen. However, the latter was already prepared and successfully blocked the attack with his perfect sword body. Ba Mo took a few steps back and stared at Fang Chen vigilantly. Who on earth wants to harm me? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. He had never met Ba Mo, so he did not believe that Ba Mo would harm him. The only explanation was that someone wanted to harm him. In fact, Fang Chen had already thought of a candidate. However, he wanted to confirm with Ba Mo the dead don't need to know so much. Ba Mo unleashed a tyrannical attack and fought with Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to use the Heavenly Star technique to kill Ba Mo. However, he received a telepathic message from the little mouse. Then, he changed his mind and performed the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Bang bang bang. The Sky Demon Sword art was clearly unable to suppress Ba Mo's attack. You want to kill me with just this little bit of strength? The more Ba Mo fought, the braver he became. He even started to gain the upper hand. However, before he could finish, he felt that something was wrong. The flowing gold stone was instantly blasted away. In the next moment, a shadow flew out from the collapsed area. Swoosh! A vast amount of sharp gold chi condensed into a sharp gold spear in the air and shot towards him. No. Ba Mo was horrified to find that the sharp metal spear had locked onto him. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't. Damn it! Ba Mo roared furiously, urging all of his strength to resist the sharp metal spear. Unfortunately, the sharp metal spear was too powerful. Moreover, this sharp gold chi was an attack that the little mouse unleashed after devouring the pseudo-ancestral stone. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ba Mo couldn't resist at all. With a bang, the sharp metal spear pierced into his body. It directly nailed him to the wall. Poochie. A large amount of blood flowed out of Ba Mo's mouth. His face was extremely pale. Who wants to kill me? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Even if I die, I won't say it. Ba Mo laughed loudly. He was very happy to see Fang Chen's expression. Die. Fang Chen didn't say anything else and cut off Ba Mo's head with his sword. Then, Fang Chen left the flowing gold stone vein. He killed all of the Black Sky Sect's martial artists in the Black Sky Sect building. Boss. The little mouse looked at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at the little mouse. Then, he was a little astonished. Was this still the little mouse from before? The little mouse from before was very petite and only the size of a palm. However, the current little mouse's body was a lot more bloated. Its size was at least twice its original size. Boss, I devoured the pseudo-ancestral stone and haven't completely digested it. Therefore, I'm too big. The little mouse spread out its hands. How is it? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse knew that his boss was asking about the situation after he devoured the pseudo-ancestral stone. Boss, I still underestimated the power of the pseudo-ancestral stone. After I devoured it, I discovered that the pseudo-ancestral stone is very powerful. I'm about to fall into a deep sleep and will probably take a long time to wake up. The little mouse said. I forced a small portion of the flowing gold water into my finger. When you need it, you can cut my finger and take it out. The little mouse stretched out its finger and said. I know. Fang Chen opened the special spatial ring and prepared to let the little mouse in. Boss, after I fall into a deep sleep, return to the pseudo-ancestral stone and take a look. I discovered that something is wrong. After the little mouse finished speaking, it entered the special spatial ring and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. Something is wrong. What was under the pseudo-ancestral stone? Unfortunately, the little mouse had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, Fang Chen still prepared to go down and take a look. Swoosh. After returning underground, Fang Chen arrived in front of the pseudo-ancestral stone. There was a large hole here and it was obvious that it was left behind by the pseudo-ancestral stone. After careful inspection, Fang Chen discovered that there were actually some purple crystals under the pseudo-ancestral stone's hole. Purple crystals. Fang Chen was puzzled. He took out the hidden star sword and quickly dug the ground. In a short while, Fang Chen dug a very large hole. All that entered his eyes were purple crystals. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. Why would there be purple crystals where the pseudo-ancestral stone was? What was going on? After pondering for a moment, he still couldn't understand. Fang Chen began to use the hidden star sword to mine the purple crystals. He wanted to see what was under the purple crystals. In the Goldflow mountain range, many miners from the Tu sect had all died at the hands of Fang Chen. Apart from Fang Chen, no one knew about this matter. Even the Tu sect couldn't constantly pay attention to the situation here. At this moment, in a wasteland not far from the Goldflow mountain range, there was a small group of martial artists that were rapidly advancing. If someone was here, they would definitely be surprised. Because these martial artists were wearing red clothes. They were a group of adventurers called the Red-Head Blade. Since Fang Chen was in the Sword Firmament sect, the Red-Head Blade had wanted to kill him. However, they had never had the chance. Now, Fang Chen's growth made the members of the Red-Head Blade a little worried. Therefore, they joined forces with the red-bearded old man to secretly kill Sanguinati. This time, they received news from the red-bearded old man that Sanguinati had been sent to the Goldflow mountain range. B.A. Mo, the person in charge of the Black Sky sect in the Goldflow mountain range, would kill him. The members of the Red-Head Blade wanted to see Sanguinati die with their own eyes. Therefore, they hurried to the Goldflow mountain range. "Boss, the Goldflow mountain range is ahead," said a member of the Red-Head Blade. "Go in quickly and meet up with B.A. Mo." After a while, the members of the Red-Head Blade arrived in front of two buildings. "This is the building of the Black Sky sect," said a member. The boss of the Red-Head Blade entered the building and was shocked to find the ground full of corpses. Then, he entered the building of the Green Spirit sect, but there was no one inside. "Boss, what's going on? Did the Black Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect have a dispute?" The boss of the Red-Head Blade had a bad premonition and hurriedly entered the Goldflow stone vein. Not long after, they arrived at the third mining area. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they were completely dumbfounded. "Are the people of the Green Spirit sect all dead? Look, it's B.A. Mo." The members of the Red-Head Blade got a portrait of B.A. Mo from the red-bearded old man and recognized him at a glance. Hearing that, the boss of the Red-Head Blade turned to look at B.A. Mo, who was stared at on the wall, and suddenly turned pale with fright. "How is it possible? B.A. Mo is also dead." In an instant, the members of the Red-Head Blade took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly. "Boss, it must be Sanguinati's doing." A member was frightened and his body trembled. "What should we do?" asked another member. The boss of the Red-Head Blade was also a little frightened. "Look carefully. Maybe Sanguinati is also injured," said the boss of the Red-Head Blade in a deep voice. His gaze swept across the third mining area and finally fell on the collapsed entrance. When he came to the collapsed entrance, the boss of the Red-Head Blade looked down. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Chapter 11:13. Red-Head Blade was a team of adventurers. Their overall strength wasn't too strong. Only the boss was at Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9, the others were very weak. The reason why they could survive in Clear Sky Island was entirely because of the red-bearded old man. Others didn't know, only the Red-Head Blade boss knew. The red-bearded old man was his uncle. His parents died very early, and he was an orphan. He and his uncle depended on each other. It wasn't until his uncle joined the mysterious Sky sect that he started to rely on himself. Now, his uncle had a very high position in the mysterious Sky sect. He wanted to kill Sanguinati completely because of his uncle's power. After discovering that both parties had been killed, the Red-Head Blade boss's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. His gaze looked towards the collapsed area. Then, he came here and looked down. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Could it be that Sanguinati escaped from here? The Red-Head Blade boss's eyes flickered as he said sinisterly. Then, the Red-Head Blade boss called everyone over. "Sanguinati might be below, let's go down." With the Red-Head Blade boss leading, everyone slowly descended. At this moment, Fang Chen was digging for purple crystals. After digging for so long, he finally saw some of the purple crystal's outlines. This scene made him very shocked. The purple crystals were very smooth and flat, as if someone had specially built them. With great difficulty, he managed to dig out a purple crystal from the smooth surface of the purple crystal. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from below. Fang Chen looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that there was actually a spacious hall below the purple crystal. Could it be that this is the cultivation place of some expert? Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. Before the little mouse fell asleep, it once told him that there was something wrong under the pseudo-ancestral stone. Could it be that it was talking about this empty hall? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the red-head blade boss landed here. Sanguinati. The red-head blade boss saw Sanguinati at a glance and immediately roared in anger. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked in astonishment. "You killed my red-head blade brother. Today, I will personally kill you." After saying that, the red-head swordsman launched an attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. When the other red-head blade members saw this, they all moved to help their boss. Courting death. Fang Chen had heard of red-head blade before. He was very puzzled. How did red-head blade find him? Could it be a coincidence? Fang Chen immediately rejected this idea. It couldn't be a coincidence. This was the Goldflow stone mine that was jointly controlled by the Mystic Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect. Outsiders did not dare to enter at all. For red-head blades to be able to come here, it meant that they were very familiar with this place. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Red-head blade was related to the Red-beard elder. Thinking of this, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and launched a swift and fierce attack. The 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique was instantly displayed. The powerful sword light directly pierced into the body of the red-head blade member closest to him. Damn it! The red-head blade leader was furious and launched the most overbearing attack. However, Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space. One by one, the red-head blade members were beheaded by Fang Chen. Watching his brothers being beheaded by his enemy, the red-head blade leader's heart was filled with rage. "Boy, I'm going to tear you into pieces." The red-head blade leader roared angrily. At the same time, a flying knife appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The flying knife pierced the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye and stabbed toward Fang Chen. The Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Fang Chen used the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique to cut through the sky to block it. Crack! The Heavenly Demon Sword light shattered, and the flying knife came in front of Fang Chen. However, the power of the flying knife had been reduced by more than half by the Heavenly Demon Sword light. When it bombarded Fang Chen's body, it did not even break through the defense of the perfect sword body. Good stuff. Fang Chen grabbed the flying knife and wanted to take it for himself. Swoosh! The flying knife had already recognized its master. As long as the master was not dead, it would not be taken by others. Die! The flying knife returned to the red-head blade leader's hand. His hands formed a complicated seal. He threw the flying knife with force. In an instant, countless flying knives appeared in the air. These flying daggers carried terrifying power as they pierced towards Fang Chen. Heavenly Demon Sword technique. When the flying knife was about to reach Fang Chen's side, his Heavenly Demon Sword technique killed the last member of the red-head blade. Next, he could focus on dealing with the red-head blade leader. The red-head blade leader's strength was not as good as B.A. Mo's. It was very easy for Fang Chen to deal with him. 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Fang Chen activated the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. The void lightning instantly appeared and directly hit the flying knife. Crack! Countless flying knife phantoms were instantly shattered. Bang! The real flying knife was also hit by the powerful attack of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. It changed direction and pierced into the wall. At the same time, the void lightning struck the red-head blade leader's body. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. His soul was shaken and he was severely injured. His face was filled with unwillingness. However, what welcomed him was a resplendent sword light. Poochie! The sword rose and the head fell. At this point, All the members of the Red-Head Blade were dead. Fang Chen put away the star-hidden sword, walked to the wall, and pulled out the flying knife. A small flying knife is actually as hard as a rank 2 divine weapon. Fang Chen grinned and put away the flying knife. Finally, he came in front of the purple crystal. Let's go in and take a look. The members of the Red-Head Blade were killed. Fang Chen was worried that the Red-Beard Elder would use other methods. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the Shentian sect, he would be safe. Then, Fang Chen leaped and entered the purple crystal hall. Shentian sect, main peak. In the Red-Beard Elder's courtyard. He sat on a stone bench. On the stone table in front of him, there was a cup of tea. His palm gently tapped on the stone table as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. He opened the communication jade pendant. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. A terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. Dead. They're all dead. The Red-Beard Elder clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to tear Sanguinati into pieces. However, he was in a high position and could not leave the Shentian sect without permission. Brat, I'll kill you. His own nephew had been killed. The red-bearded old man was completely enraged. Scar Island, one of the 36 islands of the old China Islands. Blue Sky Continent, main city. In the old site of the Sky Puppeteer clan. Ever since Qing Hu thought that his brother Sanguinati had died, he had been practicing the Sky Puppeteer clan's puppeteer arts. After such a long time, Qing Hu's puppeteer arts had finally reached an extremely high level. All the members of the Sky Puppeteer clan were nervously watching Qing Hu, who was sitting on the altar. Clan leader, will he succeed? An elder asked. Clan leader, this person is the hope of our Sky Puppeteer clan. Qing Hu had joined the Sky Puppeteer clan and obtained all their techniques. Moreover, he had shown extraordinary talent in the process of practicing the puppeteer arts. The Sky Puppeteer clan thought highly of Qing Hu. At this moment, Qing Hu was undergoing the baptism. Once the baptism was over, he would be able to control all the techniques of the Sky Puppeteer clan. He might even enter the legendary Heavenly Body tier. Back then, Qing Hu was only at the Mystic King tier. Now, Qing Hu had already reached the high level of the Heaven Dipper realm. His strength was almost invincible in the entire Blue Sky continent. This baptism was very important. Above the altar, above Qing Hu's head, radiance poured in continuously. Hiss. Time passed by slowly. After 3 days, Qing Hu suddenly opened his eyes. Rumble. The sky was filled with the deafening sound of thunder. The majestic power above Qing Hu's head instantly poured into his head. In an instant, Qing Hu's aura kept rising. It only stopped when he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. At this time, Qing Hu had changed greatly. It was as if he had become a different person. Did he succeed? A clansman asked. The Sky Puppeteer clan leader was very excited. Qing Hu, whether our Sky Puppeteer clan can rise again depends on you. Clan leader. Qing Hu clasped his hands at the clan leader. Qing Hu's achievements were all because of the clan leader's full help. Clan leader, I've finished the baptism, and I'm almost done with the Sky Puppeteer clan's puppeteer arts. I'm preparing to go out and train, Qing Hu said. The clan leader nodded. This was something that had been decided before. Chapter 11:14. This was the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race, where they had a unique advantage. Therefore, the Demon Cloud State Lord did not dare to attack. The Heaven Puppet Race was very safe here. But Qing Hu was different. He could no longer improve here. Only outside could he continue to improve. The Heaven Puppet Race naturally hoped that Qing Hu could become extremely powerful. The Patriarch warned Qing Hu and sent him away. However, after leaving, he reminded Qing Hu to be careful of the Demon Cloud State Lord's puppets. Crash. Qing Hu felt his vision blur, and then his body appeared in the place where the Demon Cloud State Lord had brought them in. There was no one here. Qing Hu left the place silently. In the following time, Qing Hu wandered around the Azure Sky State. While secretly killing the Demon Cloud State Lord's henchmen, he also inquired about Sanguinati. As for Fang Chen, After entering the purple crystal hall, he found that it was actually a cave residence. A cave residence refined with purple crystals. This kind of extravagance was too overbearing. Fang Chen's heart was full of shock, and he carefully looked around. The owner of this cave residence seemed to be a top powerhouse. However, there was no one in the cave residence. Moreover, the cave residence was covered with dust, as if no one had been here for a long time. On the left side of the cave residence, there was a futon, which should be the cultivation place of the owner. Behind the futon, there were some books. Fang Chen walked to the books and scanned them with his soul spirit, and found that most of these books were refining books. Could it be that the owner of the cave residence is a refining expert? Fang Chen thought to himself. In the outer universe, there were not as many refining masters as in the ancient sword continent. Those who could become refining masters were all extraordinary existences. The red-bearded elder was a 4-star divine master. Most of the books on the bookshelves explained how to refine weapons. They were all basic books. After Fang Chen glanced around, his eyes fixed on the stone platform on the right side of the cave residence. This was a refining stone platform. The owner of the cave residence is really a refining master. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the stone platform. Because it had not been used for a long time, the stone platform was already covered in dust. There were some metallic materials on the stone platform that Fang Chen did not recognize. At the side, there was a piece of paper with the ratio of materials needed to refine the weapon written on it. Fang Chen picked up the paper and read on curiously. Thunderbolt Battle Axe. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the 4 words at the front of the paper. Even though he had no idea what the Thunderclap Battle Axe was, he knew that it was no ordinary object. As expected, there was an introduction to the Thunderclap Battle Axe at the back. Thunderclap Battle Axe, a 7th level divine weapon. When he saw the words Level 7 divine weapon, Fang Chen's head exploded. It took him a while to recover from the shock. Level 7 divine weapon. Divine weapons were divided into 9 levels. With each level, their power would increase exponentially. The hidden star sword that Fang Chen was currently using was merely a level 2 divine weapon. In the Xiantian sect, a 4-star divine master was already very respected. He did not expect the owner of the cave to be a 7-star divine master. It seemed that he had prepared the materials and was about to refine it when he suddenly had an urgent matter and left in a hurry. Unfortunately, he never came back. Perhaps he had already fallen. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. There must be a supreme treasure in the cave of a 7-star divine master. Fang Chen searched carefully but didn't find anything. However, just as he inadvertently sat on the futon, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the futon. Then, an illusory figure appeared in the air. Fated one, when you see me, it means that I have already fallen. This is my cave, and I am a 7-star divine master. If you come here, you will receive my inheritance and become a respected god-tier master. The illusory figure only said a few words before it dissipated. In the end, it turned into a bright light and shot into Fang Chen's glabella. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This 7-star divine master had imparted his lifetime knowledge of crafting artifacts to Fang Chen. To a divine master, this was more important than any inheritance treasure. When he was in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen was a refiner. Later, after reaching the mysterious king realm, his refining level also reached the level of a divine master. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had been busy improving his strength and neglected refining. And now, after obtaining the 7-star divine master's lifetime of hard work, Fang Chen was extremely excited. This 7-star divine master had not only imparted his refining experience to him. Moreover, he had also integrated his own power into Fang Chen's mind. Fated one, if you can comprehend these refining methods that I have sealed in your mind, you will directly step into the realm of a 3-star divine master. Seeing this sentence, Fang Chen's heart beat faster. Jumping directly to a 3-star divine master, this was too terrifying. Although he did not dare to believe it. However, Fang Chen knew that the methods of a 7-star divine master were not something that ordinary people could imagine. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon, struck the iron while it was hot, and began to comprehend the refining experience. As he had a foundation in refining from the beginning, it was much easier to comprehend. The path of refining was vast and boundless. When he was in the ancient sword continent, he thought that a divine master was the peak. But now, it seemed that a divine master was just the beginning. As time passed, the aura around Fang Chen's body was constantly changing. In the cave, a special aura was constantly emitted from the futon, helping Fang Chen comprehend the seal. On the 8th day of Fang Chen's comprehension, he completely comprehended the 7-star Divine Master's refining experience. At this moment, he felt the seal loosen a little. Buzz. Traces of powerful aura were emitted from the seal. Whoosh. 1-star Divine Master Realm. This is great. If outsiders were to find out that he had reached the level of a 1-star God Master in just 8 days, their jaws would drop in shock. However, this was just the beginning. On the 15th day, Fang Chen reached the 2-star Divine Master Realm. At this time, the seal had already loosened by 2/3, and only the last step was left. This step was very difficult to take. Once he succeeded, it would benefit Fang Chen immensely. This step troubled Fang Chen for a long time. During this time, the people of the Green Spirit sect finally learned about what happened in the flowing gold stone vein, and immediately sent a heavenly body tier elder over. The Black Sky sect also sent a heavenly body tier elite over. It was just that the heavenly body tier elite of the Green Spirit sect arrived first. When the heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect arrived at the flowing gold mountain range, it was already the 30th day since Fang Chen comprehended the seal. Everyone is dead. The heavenly body tier elder's soul shrouded the entire flowing gold mountain range, and instantly found the dead people. Then, he entered the flowing gold stone vein. He found the bodies of Qing Shi and the others. His face was ashen. Could it be the accomplices of these outsiders who killed the people of my Green Spirit sect? The heavenly body tier elder was puzzled. Sure enough, after a while, he found the collapsed area. Then, he found the purple crystal palace. Boom. At this moment, inside the amethyst cave abode, Fang Chen's body exploded with a vast amount of energy. The seal in Fang Chen's mind instantly came into contact with it. The wild power immediately caused Fang Chen's body to become extremely powerful. 3-star realm. After removing the seal, he really reached the 3-star realm. Right now, Fang Chen was truly in awe of the owner of the cave abode. After being dead for so many years, he could still casually create a 3-star Divine Master. Moreover, with his lifetime of refining experience, Fang Chen's path of refining would definitely be smooth in the future. He might even reach the level he was at when he was alive. 7-star Divine Master Realm. Of course, this was a story for later. Fang Chen had just broken through and didn't have time to be happy. Then, he felt a vast amount of power of the stars pressing down on him. Not good. Fang Chen felt threatened. Using the true intent of time and space, he instantly concealed himself within the void. Interesting. The heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect's expression changed slightly, and he entered the palace. Then, he began to look for Fang Chen. Bang! The heavenly body tier elder bombarded the void with absolute power, forcing Fang Chen to appear. Brat, you're from the Black Sky sect, the heavenly body tier elder said coldly. Hand over the inheritance here, and I can spare your life. As soon as he entered, the heavenly body tier elder discovered that this was a refining cave. There must be an inheritance treasure. Buzz. Chapter 11:15. The Black Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect had always been rivals. Moreover, the heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect suspected that this person had something to do with the deaths of the Green Spirit sect members. Of course, the most important thing was that this person was cultivating in the cave of a great master, so it was very likely that he had obtained a precious treasure for refining. Kid, hand over the inheritance. The heavenly body tier elder roared in a low voice. He suddenly waved his hand, and streaks of power of stars instantly shot toward Fang Chen like lightning in the sky. Damn it! The void was sealed, and the time intent couldn't be used. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Bang! The star-hidden sword blasted out, and the Sky Demon sword art was used to the extreme. Poochie. With the Sky Demon sword art's resistance, Fang Chen finally dodged the Elder's attack. However, it was at this moment that the Heavenly Body Tier Elder's next attack arrived. Boom! The battle was fierce, and Fang Chen was completely suppressed. Although this Elder was a first-layer Heavenly Body Tier martial artist, his strength was not something that Fang Chen could compare to. Fang Chen relied on his perfect sword body and Heavenly Demon sword technique to block the attack. However, it was not a way to go on like this. I can't go on like this, Fang Chen thought to himself. He found the right time and instantly used the Sky Demon sword art. While the battle was going on in the underground cave, the Heavenly Body Tier Elder of the Black Sky Sect finally arrived. His soul swept over, and his expression changed drastically. Then, he entered the flowing gold stone vein. Then, he found the purple crystal cave below. There's a battle in the cave. The Black Sky Sect Elder's expression changed slightly, and he immediately went into the cave. He suddenly found that Sanguinati was suppressed by the Green Spirit Sect Elder. Stop! The Black Sky Sect Elder waved his hand, and a strong power of stars appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking the attack of the Green Spirit Sect Elder. The Green Spirit Sect Elder's body retreated slightly, and then he stopped. Seeing this, Fang Chen jumped and directly came behind the Black Sky Sect Elder. Elder! Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. The Elder had come just in time. If he had been any later, he would have died here. My Black Heaven Sect and your Green Spirit Sect have never interfered with each other. As a Heavenly Body Tier Elder, you actually attacked a disciple of my Black Heaven Sect. The Elder of the Black Sky Sect glared at the Elder of the Green Spirit Sect and said coldly, I suspect that the death of the Qingling Sect disciples has something to do with him. The Green Spirit Sect Elder said in a deep voice, everyone is dead except for him. He's the most suspicious. Bullshit. Hearing this, the Elder of the Black Heaven Sect immediately cursed. Then, he turned to Fang Chen and said, Sanguinati, what do you know? Just tell me. With me here, no one can touch you. Elder, I was ordered to carry out a mission here. After I arrived, I discovered that the people of the two sects had all died in the Gold Flowstone mine. I came in to check and accidentally fell into this cave abode, Fang Chen said slowly. I found that someone seemed to have been here before. It was empty, and there was nothing here. Fang Chen continued, I fell into the seal. When I finally broke the seal and wanted to leave, I was attacked by the Elder of the Green Spirit Sect. Fang Chen said calmly. Of course, he would not say that he had killed those people. Once he told the truth, not to mention the Green Spirit Sect, even the Black Sky Sect would not let him go. Anyway, there was no evidence, and they could not do anything to him. Moreover, he had obtained the inheritance of the cave abode's owner. The Elder of the Green Spirit Sect would definitely not let him go. After hearing Sanguinati's words, the Elder of the Black Sky Sect turned to look at the Elder of the Green Spirit Sect and said in a deep voice, You heard what Sanguinati said. Temph, I will investigate this matter. If I find out that the people of the Green Spirit Sect were killed by this person, I will kill him. The Elder of the Green Spirit Sect waved his sleeves and turned to leave. He knew that he had missed the best opportunity when the Elder of the Black Sky Sect arrived. Now, even if Sanguinati was lying, he could not do anything. So, he left immediately. The Elder of the Black Sky Sect took Sanguinati out of the cave abode and returned to the mountain range. The two elders sent messages to their respective sect and explained the situation here. Perhaps it was because the Gold Flowstone mine was not that important to the two sects. This matter was left unsettled in the end. They obviously did not want to see a war between the two sects because of a few Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. A few days later, the Goldflow mountain range returned to peace again. The two sects each sent some new disciples to mine the ore veins. As for the purple crystal cave abode, the two heavenly body realm elders had already explored it. There was almost nothing. This matter was over. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the Black Sky Sect. Fang Chen gained a lot from this trip to the Goldflow mountain range. His soul reached the peak of the middle stage of the blue level, only one step away from the late stage of the blue level. However, with the gold flow water, the improvement of his soul was only a matter of time. There was not much time left before the hunting battle. In the Black Sky sect, all the martial artists below the heavenly body realm were cultivating in seclusion, striving to improve their strength before the hunting battle began. Fang Chen did not cultivate in seclusion. He was collecting materials. Since the ancient sword continent, he had been using the star-concealing sword. The star-concealing sword was a divine weapon that Fang Chen refined with painstaking effort. When he first came to the foreign region, it was refined into a second-level divine weapon by the master of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Until now, it had not been upgraded to the third level. Not long ago, Fang Chen's refining level reached the 3-star level. The first thing to do was to upgrade his star-concealing sword to the level of a third-level divine weapon. In this way, his combat power would skyrocket. On this day, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a brush in his hand and a piece of paper on the stone table. Some of the metal materials needed to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword were written on it. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen wrote down the last material and then put the brush aside. A bright smile appeared on his face. It will be easy to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword after collecting these materials, Fang Chen said with a grin. Then, he began to collect these materials. The first stop was the points hall. He had 400 points left from last time, and Fang Chen used them all. When he came out of the points hall, Fang Chen gained a lot. Of the 27 metal materials needed to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen had already collected 24 of them. There were still 3 that he needed to solve by himself. Walking on the road, Fang Chen racked his brains to think about how to get the last 3 materials. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought of the bloodthirsty palaces by Qingqing. Then, he left the Sealing Heaven Palace and came to the bloodthirsty palace. It's Sanguinati. Why did he come to my bloodthirsty palace? Many disciples were cultivating in the bloodthirsty palace. They were very curious when they saw Sanguinati. He couldn't have come to find Miss by Qingqing, right? Said a disciple. Many disciples stared at Sanguinati with burning eyes. Sanguinati, why did you come to my bloodthirsty palace? Right at that moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned his head and was surprised to discover that it was a familiar face. I came to find Qingqing, Fang Chen said frankly. My bloodthirsty palace doesn't welcome you. This person was the golden-armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace. He had a good impression of Sanguinati before. But ever since he asked about the result of the bone pagoda, his impression of Sanguinati became bad. He thought that Sanguinati was too arrogant and conceited. So when he saw Sanguinati appear in the bloodthirsty palace, he was very angry. You don't welcome me? Fang Chen was startled, then frowned. You can leave, said the golden-armored commander. Fang Chen ignored him, turned around, and continued walking. I told you to leave. The bloodthirsty palace's golden-armored commander roared in anger. Then, he attacked. He clenched his fist and punched Sanguinati. Many disciples were watching anxiously. The golden-armored commander attacked Sanguinati. However, Fang Chen easily blocked the Bloodthirst Palace's commander's punch. The golden-armored commander was about to use his full strength. But he was stopped by Qingqing, who was passing by. Stop! Bai Qingqing reprimanded. Immediately, the golden-armored commander stopped attacking. What's going on? Asked Bai Qingqing. Vice Palace Master, my bloodthirsty palace doesn't welcome Sanguinati, said the golden-armored commander. Chapter 11:16. Sanguinati is too arrogant. He thinks he has unlimited potential just because he obtained the title of Junior Commander King. My bloodthirsty palace does not welcome such a rascal. The golden-armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace said coldly. Ever since the Bone Pagoda, the golden-armored commander's attitude toward Fang Chen had been very bad. Oh, how arrogant is Sanguinati? Bai Qingqing was a little surprised when she heard this. The Sanguinati she knew was not such an arrogant person. When I found out that Sanguinati had challenged the Bone Pagoda, I went to ask about the result. But who would have thought that Sanguinati would boast that he had reached the 7th floor, the golden-armored commander said coldly. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads when they heard this. Even an unrivaled expert among the golden-armored commanders would not be able to reach the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, let alone for the first time. But Sanguinati actually said that he had reached the 7th floor. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully. The 7th floor. Bai Qingqing's pretty face revealed a trace of surprise when she heard this. Then, she turned to look at Fang Chen and asked doubtfully, "You reached the 7th floor on your first try?" Fang Chen spread his hands. He had spoken the truth, but no one believed him. "If you could reach the 6th floor on your first try, why can't I reach the 7th floor?" Fang Chen did not want to explain. He was just telling the truth. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she carefully looked at Sanguinati. After a long time, Bai Qingqing said, "I believe you." Fang Chen smiled when he heard Bai Qingqing's words. "Vice Palace Master, I don't believe that Sanguinati reached the 7th floor," the golden-armored commander said unwillingly. "If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't." Fang Chen snorted coldly. He ignored the golden-armored commander and walked to Bai Qingqing's side. Seeing this, the golden-armored commander's face turned extremely gloomy. A vast amount of vital essence gushed out from his body. Within his qi, 9 thick strands of vital essence spun rapidly. "Since you keep saying that you've reached the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, I'll challenge you right here and now," said the golden-armored commander in a deep voice. His meaning was clear. "If you really made it to the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, you wouldn't have rejected my challenge. Furthermore, if he really managed to reach the 7th floor, he would definitely be stronger than the golden-armored commander." Fang Chen, who was about to leave, frowned slightly. "Noisy," Fang Chen said. "Sanguinati, do you dare accept my challenge?" asked the golden-armored commander. "You are no match for me." Fang Chen waved his hand. The golden-armored commander thought that Fang Chen was refusing, so his words became even sharper. "I think you don't have the guts to accept my challenge." "What a coward." The golden-armored commander sneered. He didn't want to pay attention to this person, but he was being overbearing. Fang Chen was also a normal human, and he also had emotions and desires. The words of the golden-armored commander from the bloodthirsty palace completely enraged Fang Chen. "Which floor of the Bone Pagoda did you reach?" Fang Chen stared at the golden-armored commander and asked. "No, I only reached the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, then raised his hand and extended 3 fingers. "Since you've reached the 3rd floor, I'll defeat you in 3 moves." Fang Chen's words instantly spread among the crowd. The onlookers were all shocked. Wasn't this too arrogant? Although Sanguinati was strong, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the golden-armored commander in 3 moves. Even Bai Qingqing was a little worried. If Sanguinati couldn't defeat the golden-armored commander in 3 moves, how could he stay in the Black Heaven sect in the future? The golden-armored commander was also amused by Fang Chen. He revealed a sinister smile, then said, "All right, I'd like to see how you, Sanguinati, can defeat me in 3 moves." Boom. Fang Chen didn't say anything and directly attacked. Activating his perfect sword body, a powerful force instantly gathered on his fist. "First move," Fang Chen said softly, then threw a punch at the golden-armored commander. Bang! Caught off guard, the golden-armored commander's body was forced back. The golden-armored commander's face was full of anger. A sneak attack. What's the big deal? As the golden-armored commander spoke, he used the bloodthirsty palace's secret technique. His whole body emitted a scarlet aura, and his eyes were crimson red. "Die!" The golden-armored commander growled, then leaped, stepping on the void with the tip of his foot, and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Then, he punched with both fists. Second move. For the second move, Fang Chen still threw a punch. However, this punch was much more powerful than the previous one. Bang! With a simple punch, he dissolved the golden-armored commander's powerful attack. This made the golden-armored commander's face change slightly, but he was still confident that Sanguinati couldn't defeat him in 3 moves. "Sanguinati, I admit that I underestimated you. But you're too arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves?" Dream on. 2 moves had passed, and only the last move was left. The golden armored commander had the advantage. He didn't need to attack with all his strength, and only needed to defend. If he successfully defended, he would win. He seemed to have seen Sanguinati being defeated by him and being cursed by thousands of people. Ha ha ha. A wild smile appeared on the golden armored commander's face. His whole body's defense was raised to the extreme. However, it didn't help. Fang Chen used the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to say that he could defeat this person in 3 moves. But now, it was different. His soul had successfully reached the peak of the middle stage of the blue class in the flowing gold water. Now that he had used the first level of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, its power had increased several times. Seeing Fang Chen use such a powerful soul attack secret technique, Bai Qingqing's face changed slightly. Then, a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Sanguinati's strength was beyond her imagination. What a magical guy! In such a short time, Sanguinati had become so strong. He was indeed a talented martial arts genius. Rumble. Lightning flashed in the sky. Under the attack of the blue class soul, bolts of lightning condensed into a thick bolt of lightning. Then, with a powerful force, it blasted toward the golden armored commander. Come on. The golden armored commander had a disdainful smile on his face. However, when the lightning struck his body, his smile instantly froze. No. Immediately, the golden armored commander cried out miserably. The soul attack was more powerful than the last time when he fought against Xia Sheng. How is this possible? The golden armored commander's face was full of disbelief. In his mind, his soul was shaken. Bang! His body was directly sent flying. Fang Chen had held back at the end. The lightning only hit the golden armored commander and gradually dissipated. In fact, the golden armored commander's soul did not suffer any serious damage. If Fang Chen had used all his strength, he would have fainted. The audience was silent. All the warriors looked at Sanguinati in shock. Too strong. He really defeated the commander in 3 moves. If Sanguinati had used such an attack in his first move, the commander would have been defeated. They are not at the same level at all. Many warriors were talking about it. Bai Qingqing's beautiful face was full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes kept flickering. Looking at Sanguinati, she sighed in her heart. The golden armored commander crawled up from the ground, his heart was full of disbelief. However, after trying hard to calm down, he looked at Sanguinati with a complicated expression. Then, under everyone's gaze, the golden armored commander cupped his fists at Sanguinati. Thank you for showing mercy. After saying that, the golden armored commander left. Everyone was left looking at each other in dismay. Bai Qingqing left the square of the bloodthirsty palace with Fang Chen and came to her private courtyard. Sometimes, I'm really curious what kind of monster you are. After entering the courtyard, Bai Qingqing stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, he spread out his hands and said, I'm just a little luckier than others. If you can reach your level with just luck, I, Bai Qingqing, will be the first to not believe it. Bai Qingqing shook her head. The more she wanted to see through Sanguinati, the more she couldn't see through him. Bai Qingqing was also helpless. By the way, why did you come to the bloodthirsty palace? Bai Qingqing asked directly. Chapter 11:17. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was a bit surprised. 8-8 reading. 23 Sanguinati had come to the bloodthirsty palace to ask for her help. What materials? Asked Bai Qingqing. Water and fire crystal essence stone, illusory mercury, and void sky divine vine. Fang Chen told Bai Qingqing the materials he needed. A trace of surprise appeared on Bai Qingqing's face. These 3 materials are all incomparably precious. What do you need them for? Asked Bai Qingqing. Fang Chen wanted to say something, but hesitated. Bai Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at this Sanguinati who was younger than her. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you. After thinking for a moment, Bai Qingqing said, I have a way to obtain water and fire crystal essence stone. I heard that the Palace Master of Illusory Mercury has some. As for the Void Sky Divine Vine, I can't get it. The Void Sky Divine Vine was the only one of the 27 materials that wasn't metal. The Void Sky Divine Vine was a kind of plant. Its trunk was much tougher than a Banksianshu's. However, it was very different from a Banksianshu. The Void Sky Divine Vine grew in dark and damp places. Under normal circumstances, outsiders wouldn't be able to find it. Ching Ching, can you help me get some water and fire crystal essence stones? Asked Fang Chen hastily. Bai Ching Ching didn't hesitate and directly nodded. Wait for me here. After saying that, Bai Ching Ching left her courtyard. Fang Chen was left alone to wait. About an hour later, Bai Ching Ching returned. This is water and fire crystal essence stone. Bai Ching Ching's fair hand held a stone made of fire and water. This was the water and fire crystal essence stone. Fang Chen didn't rush to take it. He sank into silence. I know what you're thinking. Just take it. Although this water and fire crystal essence stone is precious to you, it's very easy for me, said Bai Ching Ching with a smile. The Bloodthirsty Palace's Points Hall just so happened to have water and fire crystal essence stones. Furthermore, with her status as the Vice Palace Master, she only needed to use a very small amount of points to obtain it. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not decline. He immediately kept the fire and water crystal essence stone into his space ring. After which, he cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks. If you need anything in the future, just look for me directly." Illusory quicksilver. I asked our palace master, and he has very little of it. He heard that you need it, so he asked me to take you there. After that, Bai Ching Ching brought Fang Chen to the main hall of the Bloodthirsty Palace. The palace master had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Sanguinati and Bai Ching Ching, his face was full of smiles. Sanguinati, I heard from Ching Ching that you need illusory mercury, said the Bloodthirsty Palace Master directly. Fang Chen nodded and said, Palace Master, can you give me the illusory mercury, no matter the price? Oh, any price. The Palace Lord looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The Palace Lord continued, then join my bloodthirsty palace. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He immediately fell into silence. He thought that the Palace Lord would ask him to take out something of equal value in exchange. Who would have thought that the Palace Lord would ask him to join the Bloodthirsty Palace? This, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. After all, he was a member of the Fengtian Palace. If he casually left the Fengtian Palace and joined the Bloodthirsty Palace, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Ha ha ha, just kidding. The Palace Lord was one of the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect. Although he wanted Sanguinati to join the Bloodthirsty Palace, he knew his limits. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I do have some illusory mercury, but it's not a lot. If you want it, take out something of equal value, said the Palace Lord. Fang Chen carefully thought about what he had that could be exchanged for the illusory mercury. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the Bloodthirsty Palace's master spoke again. Of course, if you don't have anything to exchange, then you owe me a favor. The Palace Lord seemed to want to befriend Sanguinati. He directly took out some illusory mercury and handed it to Sanguinati. Palace Lord, if the Bloodthirsty Palace needs me, Sanguinati, in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you, Fang Chen promised. Beside him, Bai Ching Ching also smiled slightly. In the Palace Lord's opinion, a favor was obviously more important than the illusory mercury. Moreover, Sanguinati's potential was incomparably heaven-defying. Even the Black Heaven Sect Master and Vice Sect Master were secretly paying attention. What the Palace Lord didn't know was that he was just casually saying that. He didn't expect that in the days to come. The Bloodthirsty Palace Master had used the favor the Blood Sword Saint owed him to escape from a situation of certain death. Of course, this was a story for later. Fang Chen was very happy to obtain the illusory mercury. Only the illusory Sky Divine Vine was left. As long as he obtained the illusory Sky Divine Vine, with his refining skills, the Hidden Star Sword would definitely be upgraded to a rank 3 divine weapon. Right, I heard that you still need the illusory Sky Divine Vine, the Palace Lord suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. The illusory sky divine vine is a very peculiar plant. The Points Hall of the Black Heaven sect's 8th palace doesn't have it, the Palace Lord said. May I ask if Palace Lord knows anything about the illusory sky divine vine? Fang Chen asked. The Palace Lord nodded slightly. Many years ago, I heard some information about the illusory sky divine vine, but I don't know if it still exists after so many years. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Information about the illusory sky divine vine was too important to him. Where is the illusory sky divine vine? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. At the edge of Clear Sky Island, in the territory of Sealed Sky City, there is a forbidden area called the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. The Palace Lord slowly said, someone once saw the illusory sky divine vine appear in the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. Vine Forest Forbidden Area? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had also heard of the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. It was an extremely dangerous place in the territory of Sealed Sky City. Under normal circumstances, even Heaven Dipper tier cultivators wouldn't dare to enter. There were even rumors that heavenly body tier cultivators could get lost if they entered. The Vine Forest Forbidden Area is very dangerous. You have to be careful, the Palace Lord said slowly, seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts. Many thanks, Palace Lord. I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen bid farewell to the Palace Lord and left the bloodthirsty palace. Looking at his departing figure, the Palace Lord faintly said, Qingqing, do you think it was worth it? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Then, she nodded, and said, Sanguinati's potential is much greater than we imagined. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely become one of the peak elites of Clear Sky Island in the future. He might even surpass Emperor Xia. Hearing Bai Qingqing's evaluation of Sanguinati, the Palace Lord was slightly surprised. He knew that as a genius, Bai Qingqing's standards were very high. She would never evaluate someone like this. Although his potential is extraordinary, it shouldn't be as exaggerated as you say, the Palace Lord said. Bai Qingqing turned to look at the Palace Lord, and then said, Palace Lord, do you know about the Bone Tower? The Palace Lord nodded. Of course he knew. Previously, Sanguinati went to challenge the Bone Tower. Do you know which level he reached? Bai Qingqing asked. The Palace Lord shook his head, expressing his confusion. The 7th level. Bai Qingqing's words were very calm. However, it caused a huge commotion. What 7th level? Are you serious? This time, it was the Palace Lord's turn to be shocked. Until now, no Heaven Dipper tier cultivator had been able to step into the 7th level of the Bone Tower. The highest record was Bai Qingqing's 6th level. The Palace Lord stared at Bai Qingqing and saw the latter nod. In his heart, he was completely shocked. A Heaven Dipper Tier 4 cultivator reached the 7th level of the Bone Tower. If other forces knew about this, they would definitely kill Sanguinati at all costs. This kid's potential is too terrifying. At this moment, the Palace Lord started to rejoice. He had listened to Bai Qingqing's words and helped the Bloodsword Saint. Fang Chen didn't know that the Palace Lord helped him because of Bai Qingqing. After he returned to the Sealing Sky Palace, he started to make preparations. Many years ago, someone saw the Void Sky Divine Vine appear in the Forbidden Vine Forest. Fang Chen muttered to himself. There is still some time before the hunting war. This time, I will go to the Forbidden Vine Forest to find the Void Sky Divine Vine and train myself. When the Palace Lord told him about the Void Sky Divine Vine, Fang Chen had already made his decision. The Sealed Sky City and the Forbidden Vine Forest were his goals. I hope I can obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine, Fang Chen said to himself. Of course, Fang Chen also had other plans. The Void Sky Divine Vine was too rare. If he really couldn't find it, he might be able to find a replacement vine in the Forbidden Vine Forest. Chapter 11:18. The Sealed Sky City was the first city that Fang Chen saw when he came to Clear Sky Island. At that time, he was only a little fellow at the Profound King realm. In the blink of an eye, he became a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. Moreover, he was not far from the legendary Heavenly Body tier. The Sealed Sky City was still so prosperous. As one of the 8 cities of Clear Sky Island, It was naturally very important. There were endless streams of martial artists coming and going everywhere. In front of the teleportation formation in the sealed sky city. Voila! The teleportation formation flickered, and Fang Chen appeared immediately after. The faces of the two martial artists guarding the teleportation array instantly turned grave. This was because they knew that the teleportation this time came from the Black Heaven sect. Greetings, my lord. The three palaces, two sects, and one royal family were not people that mere martial artists like them could provoke. Fearing that Fang Chen would be angry, the two martial artists hurriedly greeted him. Fang Chen nodded and directly left the teleportation formation. Walking on the streets of the sealed sky city, Fang Chen smiled faintly as he felt the liveliness of the city. The first time I came to the sealed sky city, I heard about the legend of the demon sword. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He sank into his memories. That time, he communicated with the demon sword. However, the demon sword thought that he was too weak and refused to go with him. It was also at that time that he became enemies with Jin Tianzhan. I wonder how Jiyu Xingyun is now. Ever since he met Jiyu Xingyun before the severed head cliff, Fang Chen had not heard any news about Jiyu Xingyun. At that time, he did not know Jiyu Xingyun. However, the latter spoke up for him and did not hesitate to offend Jin Tianzhan. Fang Chen had a very good impression of Jiyu Xingyun. With Jiyu Xingyun's potential, he must have joined the three palaces and two sects. They would definitely meet in the hunting war not long after. Of course, thinking of Jiyu Xingyun, he naturally thought of another person. Wang Wenlong, Jin Tianzhan's lackey. In order to curry favor with Jin Tianzhan, he made an enemy of him. If they met next time, he did not mind teaching this person a lesson. While thinking, Fang Chen arrived in front of a certain square in the center of the sealed sky city. There was a sea of people in the square. Fang Chen could vaguely hear someone arguing inside. In any case, they had already arrived at the sealed sky city and were not far from the forbidden vine forest. Fang Chen was curious. He squeezed into the crowd and looked inside. At this moment, in the middle of the square, two groups of people were confronting each other. Fang Chen recognized them with a single glance. One of them was from Fengtian's sect while the other was from Sword Firmament sect. You've gone too far. The leader of the Sword Firmament sect said coldly with a long sword in his hand. His body exuded a terrifying sword qi, and he was ready to strike at any time. However, in the face of the Jian Xiao sect disciples' question, the people from Fengtian sect sneered. This was especially so for the leader of the Fengtian sect. He said in disdain, "Kneel down and kowtow, and we'll call it a day. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of our Fengtian sect's ultimate sealing technique." The crowd was discussing in low voices. Fengtian sect's Feng Bing is too arrogant. Feng Bing is the strongest among the younger generation of the Fengtian sect. He mastered the ultimate sealing technique in a short period of time. No one in the younger generation of the Fengtian sect is a match for him. That's right. Although Jiyu Chen is an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Sword Firmament sect, he can't do anything to Feng Bing. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chen gradually understood the truth of the matter. The Fengtian sect and the Sword Firmament sect had always been at odds. It was inevitable for the disciples to fight with each other. Today, Feng Bing and the others had their eyes on something, but it was bought by Jiyu Chen first. This was the reason for the dispute. "Kneel down and apologize, or hand over the item," Feng Bing said coldly as he pressured Jiyu Chen. "Dream on." Jiyu Chen was stubborn and refused to apologize. He would rather fight to the end. "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for what I'm going to do." As soon as Feng Bing finished his sentence, wisps of blurry auras descended from the sky and encapsulated Jiyu Chen and the others. It's the ultimate sealing technique. The crowd in the square couldn't help but take a step back. The ultimate sealing technique of the Fengtian sect was extraordinary, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. "Kill." Inside the seal, Jiyu Chen roared. Outside the seal, Feng Bing was also prepared to give the order. "Cripple them all." If they killed the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect, the higher-ups of the Sword Firmament sect would definitely step in. The best way was to cripple them all. In the crowd, Fang Chen shook his head. Then, he used the true meaning of spacetime and quietly entered the seal. After all, he was once a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect. Jiyu Chen and the others were frantically attacking the ultimate sealing technique. However, at this moment, the ultimate sealing technique suddenly broke. This, Jiyu Chen and the others widened their eyes. Could it be that they were the ones who broke the seal? Outside, Feng Bing, who was about to attack, had a solemn expression. In the end, his gaze landed on Fang Chen. I don't think it's good for you to interfere in the matters of the Fengtian sect. Feng Bing's words were full of threats. He deliberately brought up the Fengtian sect to threaten Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chen. Let's end this here. Fang Chen said calmly, not caring about the shock of the crowd. HMPH, who do you think you are? Feng Bing was furious. This was the Fengtian city. This person was too arrogant. Slap. No one saw Fang Chen make a move, but they heard a crisp sound. Instantly, everyone looked at Feng Bing. There was a red handprint on the latter's face. I think that my words have some authority. As if nothing had happened, Fang Chen said calmly. Feng Bing's face was burning, but he didn't act rashly. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. Senior brother Feng. The people behind Feng Bing shouted loudly. However, they were stopped by Feng Bing. Let's go. Feng Bing glared fiercely at Fang Chen before he flung his sleeves and left. Brother, thank you for helping. Jiyu Chen woke up from his shock and cupped his hands in thanks to Fang Chen. It's nothing. You can go back. Fang Chen said and disappeared from the streets of the Fengtian sect. In a certain building in the Fengtian sect, Feng Bing stood fiercely in front of the window. Behind him, a delicate-looking man was sitting quietly. Young master, you must help me in this matter. Feng Bing said coldly. According to your description, this person must be a Heaven Star border cultivator. The handsome man nodded and said, don't worry. As long as he leaves the Fengtian city, I will kill him. Young master. Feng Bing wanted to say something, but the handsome man waved his hand and stopped him. Soon, Feng Bing received news that Fang Chen had left the Fengtian city. Young master, he left. Feng Bing said gloomily. Young master, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, are you interested in watching the show? Of course I am. Feng Bing laughed. The handsome man brought Feng Bing and quickly left the Fengtian city. The sun was high in the sky and noon was the hottest time of the day. Walking on the official road outside the Fengtian city, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of the decapitation cliff. To reach the vine forest, one had to pass by the decapitation cliff. I don't know if I have the right to bring you away. Fang Chen's soul sank into the decapitation cliff and tried to communicate with the demon sword. Dong-A sword chime that only Fang Chen could hear came from the decapitation cliff. Then, the demon sword spoke. Too weak. The demon sword only said 3 words and went silent. Fang Chen heard and nodded. He stared at the decapitation cliff and said, the next time I come, I will bring you away. With that, Fang Chen prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a handsome man and Feng Bing, who he had taught a lesson to. Oh, did you invite reinforcements? Fang Chen joked. Brat, with young master here, you are dead. Feng Bing glared at Fang Chen. The handsome man stared at Fang Chen with a smile in his eyes. 4th level of Heaven Dipper, you can make me feel a trace of pressure. Not bad. The handsome man saw through Fang Chen's cultivation with a glance, which surprised Fang Chen. But soon after, Fang Chen said, it's a pity, Heaven Star Border Stage 6, you're too weak. Obviously, Fang Chen also saw through the handsome man's cultivation. In his eyes, a 6th level of Heaven Dipper was no different from an ant. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the handsome man didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, you may not know, but there is a kind of martial artist in this world that is called a genius. Oh, so you are a genius? Fang Chen asked. Yes or no, we will know soon. The handsome man grinned. His body emitted a trace of killing intent. Feng Bing is my man. Hitting him is hitting me, the handsome man said. What can you do to me? Fang Chen retorted with a tough attitude. Kill you. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Boom. The handsome man's body was surrounded by a terrifying amount of vital essence. In his qi, 6 strands of vital essence were spinning rapidly. His aura was raised to the extreme. Your aura is not weak, Fang Chen said and released the powerful aura of a 4th-level Heaven Dipper realm. Bang! The handsome man gathered his strength and punched out. This punch was just a test. Fang Chen responded with a punch without hesitation. Dong! The 2 fists collided, causing the decapitation cliff to shake. The 2 of them quickly retreated. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The handsome man was even more surprised. I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the sealed Sky City. The handsome man chuckled. Fang Chen clenched his fist and gathered his strength. In the test just now, he felt the handsome man's strength. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Chen realized. He wasn't the only one who could fight above his level. In the vast universe, there were countless geniuses who could fight above their level. Chapter 11:19. Dong. In front of the decapitation cliff, the terrifying power of vital spirit was wantonly flying. Fang Chen and the handsome man stood quietly, staring at each other. They both felt the strong fighting spirit from each other. I didn't expect to meet someone who can fight to my heart's content as soon as I left the mountain. The handsome man laughed wildly. Then, layers of grey luster appeared on the surface of his body. In the next moment, he let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with both fists. The handsome man punched out with both of his fists, causing the space before him to tear apart. Crash! In an instant, countless fist radiances appeared in the sky. The power of these fist radiances was very strong. Phantom. Seeing the fist radiances in the sky, Fang Chen's face finally turned serious. Even with his achievements in the illusory sword principle, he couldn't tell which fist radiance in the sky was the real fist radiance. It was enough to show how powerful the handsome man's fist technique was. Sky Demon Sword Principle. Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword Principle, Sky Cleaving. Whoosh! Streaks of Sky Demon Sword radiance blasted at the fist radiances in the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! The sword radiance and fist radiance collided and immediately exploded. As the sword radiance shattered, so did the fist radiance. The handsome man's face was very serious. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very powerful. If he hadn't cultivated a unique technique, it would have been very difficult for him to defeat this man. When the fist radiance and sword radiance collided and shattered, the handsome man's fists suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Go! The handsome man let out a low roar, and layers of vital spirit appeared on his fists. Bang! The handsome man's fists fiercely bombarded Fang Chen's body. Crack! Fang Chen's body instantly shattered. In an instant, the handsome man's heart was set off by stormy waves. His all-out attack only hit the opponent's afterimage. He hurriedly turned his head and found that Fang Chen was behind him, attacking with all his strength. Bang! Caught off guard, the handsome man was forced back and landed on the ground. He stopped attacking and stared at Fang Chen with a serious expression. You are very strong, the handsome man said in a deep voice. You're not bad either, Fang Chen said. Without a doubt, the handsome man was also a genius who could fight above his level. With the realm of Heavenly Dipper Realm 6th layer, burst out the power of Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chen, who was even more abnormal. Let's not fight anymore. If we continue to fight, it's hard to say who will win. Moreover, I don't want to expose my trump card right now. The handsome man restrained his aura and waved his hand. Fang Chen nodded. The handsome man had a trump card, but so did he. Although the handsome man was very strong, he was fearless. Feng Bing, who was watching from afar, saw that the tycoon was unable to do anything to Fang Chen. His heart was filled with shock. How is this possible? Feng Bing felt a trace of terror. I'm very happy to be able to exchange blows with a genius like you. The handsome man didn't have the arrogance from before and grinned. Fang Chen naturally didn't want to make enemies with others so easily. Moreover, this guy wasn't simple. You, come here. The handsome man turned around and glared at Feng Bing before berating loudly. Feng Bing immediately trembled as he came to the handsome man. Apologize to this brother. Feng Bing was terrified and hurriedly apologized to Fang Chen. Brother, please be magnanimous and spare me. Feng Bing hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother, I'll hand him over to you. You can punish him however you want, the handsome man said straightforwardly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Forget it. Let's end this here. With his current cultivation, it was beneath his dignity to deal with Feng Bing. Good. The handsome man laughed. Why aren't you getting lost? Feng Bing was overjoyed and hurriedly left. After Feng Bing left, the handsome man was even happier. He came to Fang Chen and stretched out his hand. We can be considered friends after a fight. How about we be friends? Fang Chen stretched out his hand and shook the handsome man's hand. Sanguinati. Ouyang Hong. After the two said their names, they looked at each other and smiled. Brother Shui, I have to leave first. We'll definitely meet again in the future, Ouyang Hong said with a smile. See you later. After the two said goodbye, Ouyang Hong returned to the sealed Sky City. As for Fang Chen, he continued to advance towards the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Ouyang Hong should be the disciple of a reclusive almighty. He should have come out this time to participate in the hunting war. Fang Chen thought to himself as he walked. Today's battle with Ouyang Hong had completely awakened Fang Chen. In the past, Fang Chen thought that his potential was limitless and that he could fight above his level. However, today's battle made Fang Chen realize the reality. In this world, there were countless geniuses. The number of geniuses participating in the hunting war was even more uncountable. Therefore, increasing one's strength was the most important thing. The Vine Forest Forbidden Land was not far from the Decapitation Cliff. It could even be said that the Decapitation Cliff was part of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. However, many people did not know about this and separated the Decapitation Cliff from the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. After many twists and turns, Fang Chen finally arrived at the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. At a glance, it was surrounded by dense vines, making it difficult for people to see the situation inside. It was strange that even with Fang Chen's peak mid-stage blue-class soul strength, he could not penetrate the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Is this the Vine Forest Forbidden Land? Fang Chen said softly. Then, he plunged into the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. After entering the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, Fang Chen instantly felt a terrifying aura. It was very oppressive. This Vine Forest Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. I must be careful. Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body. King's sword chi wrapped around his body as he carefully moved forward. However, what he did not expect was that, after just a few steps, he was attacked by a vine. Puff. The main trunk of this vine-type plant was very thick. Vines shot out continuously and whipped at Fang Chen. Poochie. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed at one of the vines. Crack. The vine broke and the vine let out a miserable cry. Then, its attacks became even more intense. However, Fang Chen had also gradually adapted to the attacks of the vine plants. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen completely destroyed the vine and was able to leave. As expected of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Then, he took out a map. This map was hand-drawn. After the bloodthirsty palace master told Fang Chen about the Void Sky Divine Vine in the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, he drew a map according to his memory. Strictly speaking, this could not be regarded as a map. On this map, there was a vague route. Finally, there was a large range in the depths of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Because the bloodthirsty palace master also heard about it, he was not sure which area the Void Sky Divine Vine had appeared in. However, this was much better than running around randomly. I still have a long way to go before I can reach the range of the Void Sky Divine Vine. Fang Chen pointed to the map in his hand and said slightly. Then, He moved forward according to the map. In the middle of the vine forest forbidden land, a place overgrown with weeds. There were many vines around. In the center of the vines, there was a fierce battle. Your Lai Bing Explorer team will be removed from Tongtian Island from today. A Heaven Dipper realm expert roared loudly. At the same time, more than 10 Heaven Dipper realm martial artists were crazily besieging the members of the Lai Bing Explorer team. I'm Hu Shao. Even if I die today, I will drag a few of you down with me. Hu Shao was the captain of the Lai Bing Explorer team. This time, they had just returned from the Void Ocean. After selling the sea monster corpses, they received a piece of news. The Void Sky Divine Vine appeared in the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Of course, it was the Molong Explorer team who told Hu Shao the news. The two Explorer teams reached a consensus and came to the Vine Forest Forbidden Land together. Normally, the Molong Explorer team and the Lai Bing Explorer team had a very good relationship. Especially Hu Shao and Molong, the two of them were bosom buddies. However, who would have thought? This was completely a conspiracy of Molong. When the two Explorer teams entered the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, the Molong Explorer team made use of their familiarity with the terrain. They began to hunt the members of the Lai Bing Explorer team. Because they were not familiar with the environment here, several members of the Lai Bing Explorer team died. After fleeing for a while, they were finally caught up here. At this moment, Hu Shao led his men and struggled to resist. Bang! The short blade in Hu Shao's hand pierced the throat of a member of the Molong Explorer team as fast as lightning. In an instant, the person was killed. After doing all this, Hu Shao's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the demonic dragon. Why? Hu Shao asked in a deep voice. His words were full of sadness. His bosom buddies, who he could trust with his back to, actually wanted to kill him. Hu Shao could not accept this fact. If you want to blame someone, blame your Lai Bing Explorer team for offending someone you shouldn't have offended, Molong sneered. What about our feelings over the years? Hu Shao questioned. Feelings are nothing in the face of benefits, Molong spread his hands and sneered. As an explorer, Hu Shao was talking about feelings with him. It was really ridiculous. All of this is your conspiracy, Hu Shao roared angrily. Yes, after the employer gave me a lot of benefits, I began to plan to get rid of your Lai Bing Explorer team, Molong said. Hu Shao lowered his head, unable to accept this fact. After a long time, he raised his head tiredly and looked at Molong. Can you let my brothers go? Hu Shao asked. Molong shook his head. What the employer wants is for the Lai Bing Explorer team to be completely wiped out. The members behind Hu Shao glared at Molong. They had already disregarded life and death. He only hoped that he could kill the despicable Molong before he died. Chapter 1120. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize them. Lai Bing's team of explorers was the team that had rescued him near Scar Island. At this moment, the Lai Bing explorers were in a desperate situation. Molong, do you know what I regret the most in my life? Suddenly, Hu Shao grinned and said. What is it? Molong asked curiously. I know you be ****. Hearing this, Molong was instantly enraged. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Kill him. Following Molong's command. Immediately, all the members of the Molong explorers moved out. Pucha, the battle became intense once again. Warriors died from time to time. In the beginning, the Lai Bing explorers were still able to hold on. But as their numbers decreased, they were completely suppressed by the Molong explorers. In the blink of an eye, the Lai Bing explorers suffered heavy casualties, and only 5 of them were left. Captain, you go first. We'll stay behind. The remaining 4 seemed to want to help Hu Shao escape from this place. However, Hu Shao was determined to fight to the death. It was impossible for him to escape. No, I want to avenge my dead brother. Hu Shao roared and immediately performed his most dazzling attack, entering the crowd of the Molong explorers. Pucci, under the joint attack of the Molong explorers, Hu Shao was instantly injured and his body flew backward. Die! Molong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He arrived in front of Hu Shao and slammed his fist down. If this punch hit Hu Shao, He would definitely die. Captain. The 4 members fell into a frenzy. They roared loudly and rushed toward Mo Long, trying to stop his attack. However, what greeted them was Mo Long's iron fist. The 4 bodies flew backward one after another. They fell to the ground, their faces full of despair. Captain. The 4 screamed miserably. However, it was useless. The power of vital spirit emerged on Mo Long's fist. He slowly raised his fist and punched down. Hu Shao closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Hu Shao, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Ha ha ha. Mo Long laughed eerily. He seemed to have seen Lai Bing's exploration team being destroyed by him and returning to get a lot of benefits from his employer. Fang Chen was moving forward quickly according to the markings on the map. Suddenly, he felt a surge of vital essence. Someone is fighting. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He leaped up and landed on the main trunk of a vine-like plant. Suddenly, he saw the demonic dragon's attack. When his gaze landed on Hu Shao, his expression changed drastically. Nonsense. Lai Bing explorers. Fang Chen's eyes instantly swept over the other 4 people and confirmed that this was the Lai Bing explorers team. Whoosh, using the true intent of space-time, Fang Chen appeared on the battlefield. He threw a punch full of anger and hit the back of the demonic dragon. Bang! Mo Long's body was sent flying. The 4 people in the distance closed their eyes in pain. They thought that this punch was the sound of the demonic dragon hitting Hu Shao's body. Boss. However, when the 4 of them heard the voice of a member of the demonic dragon explorers team, they suddenly opened their eyes in surprise. Then, they saw a strange scene. Boss. Hu Shao was fine. The 4 of them quickly ran to Hu Shao's side. Hu Shao, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, also felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes, and Fang Chen's face entered his vision. Sanguinati. Hu Shao never dreamed that the person who saved him was Sanguinati. Sanguinati, why are you here? The 4 members were very excited that Hu Shao was saved. I came to the Vine Forest Forbidden Land for some matters. Fang Chen said, what's going on? Hu Shao briefly told Fang Chen about the demonic dragon explorers team plotting against him. The latter nodded and then his gaze fell on the demonic dragon. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? The demonic dragon stood up and felt pain all over his body. He stared at Fang Chen with a grave expression. I am indebted to the Lai Bing explorers. Fang Chen did not answer the demonic dragon's question and said indifferently, Chimph, what an arrogant guy. How dare you obstruct my demonic dragon explorers from doing something? Are you tired of living? The demonic dragon shouted. Hu Shao, who was beside him, also shook his head slightly. Blood brother, you should leave quickly. The demonic dragon explorers are very strong. When he saved Sanguinati, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the profound king realm. How long had it been since then? How much had his strength increased? Leave it to me. Fang Chen patted Hu Shao's shoulder lightly and then walked towards the demonic dragon explorers. All of you, come at me together. Fang Chen's voice was very arrogant and it entered the ears of every member of the demonic dragon explorers. What? You want us to come at you together? After recovering from their shock, the members of the demonic dragon explorers laughed wildly. They looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of disdain. Kid, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. One of the members of the demonic dragon explorers growled and attacked with all his might. Bang! Fang Chen stood quietly without moving. When the martial artist got close to him, he suddenly threw a punch. Crack! The martial artist's head was directly smashed and blood splattered all over the sky. Bang! The martial artist's body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. In less than 3 seconds, the martial artist was killed by Fang Chen. The 5 members of the Lai Bing explorers were shocked. On the other hand, the demonic dragon explorers were filled with rage. Kill him for me! The demonic dragon was enraged and shouted wildly. Immediately, the members of the demonic dragon explorers attacked. The members of the demonic dragon explorers were basically at the 5th level of the Heaven Star border realm. Fang Chen did not even need to use his full strength to deal with them. Bang! Fang Chen's fists were constantly punching. Every time he punched, there would be one person who died under his fist. In the blink of an eye, the members of the demonic dragon explorers were all killed by Fang Chen's iron fists. The demonic dragon's heart was filled with shock. How strong is this guy who appeared out of nowhere? Kid, who are you? The demonic dragon asked coldly with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Those who are about to die don't need to know my name. Fang Chen walked towards the demonic dragon step by step. The latter was furious and attacked with all his might. Boss, this kid is too strong. Is this kid the weak martial artist we saved? How long has it been? That kid has reached such a level from the mysterious King realm. The members of the Lai Bing explorers looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. At the same time, their faces were filled with ecstasy. They thought they would be annihilated. Who would have thought that the little guy they had casually saved back then would actually save their entire team of explorers? Go to hell. The demonic dragon's cultivation had reached Heaven Dipper realm level 7. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With just one punch, the demonic dragon was sent flying again. Dong! The demonic dragon's heart finally had a trace of fear. Brother, let me go and I can give you great benefits. The demonic dragon begged for mercy. It's too late. Fang Chen said. The demonic dragon saw that Fang Chen was unwilling to let go and immediately said in a deep voice, Kid, if you dare to kill me, Lord Qiu Li will never let the Lai Bing explorers go. Bang! Fang Chen did not want to listen to the demonic dragon's nonsense and killed him with a punch. Turning around, Hu Shuo was already shocked. After the shock, Hu Shuo cupped his fists at Fang Chen. Blood brother, my Lai Bing explorers were saved by you. If there's anything you need us for in the future, just let us know. Hu Shuo said in a deep voice. You saved me before too, Fang Chen said with a smile. Fang Chen also had a good impression of the Lai Bing explorers. After all, these people had saved him before. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for these people, he would have died in the void ocean. By the way, the demonic dragon just mentioned Lord Qiu Li. Do you know him? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing the name Qiu Li, Hu Shuo suddenly realized. No wonder the demonic dragon attacked me. It turns out that the mastermind is Qiu Li, Hu Shuo said in a deep voice. Damn Qiu Li. He wants to destroy our Lai Bing explorers. Another person said. Who's Qiu Li? Fang Chen asked. Qiu Li is the captain of a powerful team of explorers. There was a dispute between our two teams. Hu Shuo gave a simple explanation. Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. The Forbidden Vine Forest is more dangerous. You'd better leave quickly. Hu Shuo and the others also knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to walk safely in the Forbidden Vine Forest. Moreover, the Lai Bing explorers had suffered heavy losses this time, so they had mixed feelings. In the end, they bid farewell to Fang Chen and left the Forbidden Vine Forest. When they finally came out of the Forbidden Vine Forest, Hu Shuo's face was extremely gloomy. Boss, since Qiu Li has already attacked us, he will definitely not let it go. One of the explorers said. Yes, boss. We have to think of a way. Hu Shuo pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, at worst, we'll just drift in the void ocean and not set foot on Tongtian Island. I'd like to see what Qiu Li can do to me. That's the only way. Qiu Li's team of explorers was too strong. The Lai Bing explorers could not fight against them at all. The best way now was to leave Tongtian Island. Hu Shuo also felt very uncomfortable making this decision. But there was no other way. Hu Shuo clenched his fists and swore to himself. If his strength increased to a certain level in the future, he would definitely take revenge and learn from Qiu Li's team of explorers. Inside the Forbidden Vine Forest, Fang Chen was also a little surprised to meet Hu Shuo and the others. It was the cycle of karma. Hu Shuo and the others had once saved him, and it just so happened that he had saved their lives today. Fang Chen looked up at the sky. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, Fang Chen composed himself and continued his journey to find the void sky divine vine. For him, saving Hu Shuo and the others was just a small interlude. Chapter 11:21. Since the vine forest forbidden land was called a forbidden land, it must be a dangerous place. Moreover, it was not an ordinary danger. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had been walking here for 2 days. Along the way, Fang Chen encountered a lot of powerful vine attacks. At this time, Fang Chen also sighed. If the Mo Long Explorers team took action against the Lai Bing Explorers team later, if they continued to walk, even if they did not kill each other, they would definitely be killed by the powerful vines. The reason for that was because some of those vines were even threatening him. However, fortunately, his strength was very strong, and the perfect sword body could resist everything. 2 days later, Fang Chen sat on a bluestone to rest. In fact, with Fang Chen's strength, he would not feel tired at all. Although he said to rest, he was actually exploring the surrounding environment. With his abnormal soul power of the peak of the middle stage of the blue level, he could only explore the surrounding 100 meters. This made Fang Chen feel very depressed. Why is this vine forest forbidden land so magical? Could it be that there is some unknown secret here? Sitting on the bluestone, Fang Chen took out the map again. According to the red circle on the map, after walking for 2 days, he could reach the area where the Void Sky Divine Vine had appeared. Void Sky Divine Vine, where is it? Fang Chen said to himself. However, at this time, suddenly, a beautiful red shadow flashed in front of him. Then, the red figure started fighting with a vine plant not far away. Well, there is someone here. Fang Chen was also very surprised. This position was already deep inside the vine forest forbidden land. He did not expect to see a human martial artist here. This was a woman in a red dress. Although he could not see her face, Fang Chen could also feel that this woman must be very beautiful. Poochie, there was a strange halo around the woman's body, blocking the attacks of the vine-type plants. This woman's cultivation seems to be Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5. Fang Chen said slightly. From the aura of the woman in the red dress, he could feel it. Well, while Fang Chen was observing, the vines suddenly mutated. The countless vines in the void opened up instantly, revealing a sharp spike. These spikes joined forces and blasted towards the woman in the red dress. Not good, these spikes are very hard. Fang Chen thought to himself. Sure enough, after being attacked by the spikes, the woman in the red dress was in a slightly sorry state. Her body kept jumping, trying to avoid the attack of the spikes. Fang Chen wanted to make a move, but he restrained himself. That was because he could sense that the woman was extraordinary. The woman was about to lose to the vines. An unexpected change took place. An extremely icy aura burst out from the woman's body. Then, with the woman as the center, these extremely cold auras instantly formed a huge defense. Poochie's sharp sword appeared in the woman's hand and she viciously slashed at one of the vines. Crack, the rattan snapped. Then, the woman brandished her sword a few times, cutting off all the attacking vines. In the end, the vines seemed to be unable to resist the woman. They stopped attacking and retracted into the ground. Seeing this, the woman shouted and leaped. Her beautiful red figure danced in the void. In the blink of an eye, the woman came to the ground. The vines were about to enter the ground. The woman's sword directly pierced into the main trunk of the vines. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The main trunk of the vines was shrinking continuously. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized vine. Then, the woman happily kept it in her space ring. After doing all this, the woman in the red dress turned to look at Fang Chen. There was a trace of displeasure on her pretty face. I say, you're a big man. How can you watch a weak woman in danger without doing anything? The woman in the red dress was slightly overbearing. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the woman in the red dress to say such a thing. Then, he spread his hands and smiled awkwardly. It turns out that you're not a weak woman. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress came to Fang Chen's side. You don't have the heart of a man at all. The woman in the red dress said. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. This woman in the red dress had extraordinary potential, but she was a little spoiled. Fang Chen was speechless. Seeing Fang Chen's deflated expression, the woman in the red dress laughed. The vine forest is so dangerous. Since you dare to come here, it means that you're very powerful. Let me see what your cultivation is. The woman in the red dress put her hands on her waist and looked at Fang Chen. Not high. Just Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Fang Chen said indifferently. Heaven Star Border Stage 4 is indeed too weak. The woman in the red dress's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, she said, I think you're quite a good person. Follow me and I'll ensure your safety. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Just now, she was still blaming him for not doing anything. Now, she actually wanted him to follow her. What kind of woman was she? Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Her combat power was comparable to Heaven Star Border Stage 9. This woman was definitely not an ordinary person. Speaking of which, it was strange. After coming to the Vine Forest, this was already the second genius he met. Since when were there so many geniuses? This made Fang Chen speechless. Why are you in a daze? Let's go. The woman in the red dress saw Fang Chen in a daze and immediately urged him. Fang Chen did not say anything and followed behind the woman. In fact, the reason why Fang Chen followed the woman was because he felt a familiar aura from her body. At the last moment, when the woman was dealing with the mutated vines, she emitted an extremely cold aura. It was very similar to his wife, Star and Moon. Could it be that she has the same special physique as my wife? Fang Chen pondered as he walked. From time to time, a sweet smile would appear on his face. This scene was captured by the woman in the red dress. What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you're greedy for my beauty. The woman in the red dress asked. Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, was awakened. He immediately shook his head and said, Your aura is very similar to my wife's. Fang Chen's words were full of vicissitudes. When his wife died, she was revived by the Zongjian Emperor. However, the Zongjian Emperor sent her to the place where the deities lived. To this day, he still did not know where his wife was. Fang Chen felt a little sad. Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress rolled her eyes at Fang Chen. This was because she used to meet such lechers. However, just as she was about to make a dig at Fang Chen, she suddenly felt the latter's emotions fluctuate. Why is there such a look in his eyes? A person's eyes could not deceive others. The woman in the red dress could tell that Fang Chen was a man with a story. Who is your wife? The woman in the red dress asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly as if he did not want to talk about these sad things. Immediately, he quickened his pace and walked in front of the woman in the red dress. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress became even more curious. After catching up to Fang Chen, he kept asking him questions along the way. 2 days later, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress arrived at the red circle marked on the map. Why did you come here? The woman in the red dress asked in astonishment. I came here to look for something, said Fang Chen. It can't be for the Void Sky Divine Vine, right? The woman in the red dress opened her eyes wide. Fang Chen was startled and looked at the woman in the red dress. She actually knew about the Void Sky Divine Vine. Could it be that she also came here to look for it? That's right. I also came here for the Void Sky Divine Vine. That means we have the same goal, said the woman in the red dress. Fang Chen nodded in tacit agreement. In that case, how about the two of us work together? Asked the woman in the red dress. How did you know there would be a Void Sky Divine Vine here? Asked Fang Chen. The woman in the red dress grinned and said, Did you forget? 2 days ago, I fought against a vine-type plant. Fang Chen nodded, but he still didn't understand. That vine-type plant looked like an ordinary vine on the surface, but in reality, it wasn't. The woman in the red dress continued, My grandfather once told me some information. Based on that information, he determined that the vine-type plant was born from the Void Sky Divine Vine. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Born from the Void Sky Divine Vine? Asked Fang Chen hastily. In other words, this forbidden land really did have a Void Sky Divine Vine. As expected, the woman in red's following words caused Fang Chen to turn pale with fright. The forbidden land really does have a Void Sky Divine Vine. That's what my grandfather personally told me. How did your grandfather know? Asked Fang Chen. My grandfather is an expert. What doesn't he know? The woman in the red dress was filled with pride when she mentioned her grandfather. Fang Chen didn't say anything. It seemed this woman was the same as Ouyang Hong. She was also the disciple of a hidden expert. This hunting battle was truly attractive. In truth, this is my grandfather's test for me, said the woman in the red dress. Fang Chen was even more shocked. Searching for the Void Sky Divine Vine was her grandfather's test for her? Don't be so shocked. My grandfather's methods aren't something you can imagine. If he wants the Void Sky Divine Vine, no one can stop him, said the woman in the red dress when she saw Fang Chen's expression. Why are you telling me this? Fang Chen suddenly became vigilant and looked at the woman in red. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress sneered and said, because you can help me. I can help you. Fang Chen was confused by her words. Correct. My big brother is worried about being punished by my grandfather, so he doesn't dare to help me. This forbidden land is incomparably dangerous. If I want to obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine by myself, it'll be a bit difficult. But with you, it'll be much easier, said the woman in the red dress. Do you really trust me that much? Asked Fang Chen. Because I know you also need the Void Sky Divine Vine. So we can work together, said the woman in the red dress with a mysterious smile. She knew more about the Void Sky Divine Vine than Fang Chen. Chapter 1122. Do you know the exact location of the Void Sky Divine Vine? Fang Chen asked. The red-dressed woman gently nodded and said, I don't know the exact location of the Void Sky Divine Vine, but I do know that it is in the Forbidden Land of Vines. When Fang Chen thought of the red-dressed woman's grandfather, he nodded and believed her. However, he asked, if we find the Void Sky Divine Vine, who will it belong to? This was indeed a question worth pondering. Of course, Fang Chen was not afraid of the red-dressed woman. Even if they fought, it was hard to say who would win. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it will depend on your ability. If you obtain it, I won't say anything, the red-dressed woman said with a smile. Clearly, in her opinion, it was impossible for Fang Chen to obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine. All right. What should we do next? Fang Chen asked. Follow me. The woman in the red dress seemed to have a card up her sleeve as she led Fang Chen deeper into the Forbidden Vine Forest. At the same time, several cultivators were carefully searching for the Void Sky Divine Vine in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Vines. Senior Brother Lin, we are already in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Vines. Can we really find the Void Sky Divine Vine? A cultivator asked worriedly. Hearing this, the man addressed as Senior Brother Lin revealed a smile. He said, the Void Sky Divine Vine must be here. Let's continue. This group of people was moving forward quickly. Soon, they encountered a lone traveler. Senior Brother Lin, there's someone here, a cultivator warned. In reality, Senior Brother Lin had also discovered this person. This person wore tattered clothes and looked very miserable, like a beggar. His hair was curled, covering his face. No one could see his face clearly. This person is too strange. Let's go around him, Senior Brother Lin said. Then, the group went around the cloth-clothed man and continued forward. However, just as they passed by the cloth-clothed man, he finally spoke. His voice was incomparably hoarse as he pushed aside the curly hair covering his face. A delicate and pretty face that was slightly muddy appeared in front of everyone. Senior Brother Lin was stunned. Why would such a young cultivator dress like this? What are you doing here? The cloth-clothed man asked in a hoarse voice. Us coming here has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Senior Brother Lin continued forward. Poochie. The clothed man flicked his wrist, and a beam of light shot toward Senior Brother Lin. Seeing this, Senior Brother Lin hurriedly blocked it. With a poochie sound, the laser shot into Senior Brother Lin's arm. Immediately, a miserable shriek was heard. Senior Brother Lin's arm sprayed a large amount of blood. Beggar, do you want to die? The people behind Senior Brother Lin glared at the plain-clothed man and shouted angrily. Ah! Kill him for me. Senior Brother Lin's arm was hit. He screamed miserably and angrily. Immediately, the few martial artists who had followed him attacked the linen-clothed man. You! The linen-clothed man sneered, as if he didn't even see him make a move. Several martial artists fell to the ground, losing their vitality. "Who the hell are you?" Senior brother Lin retreated in horror, ignoring the blood flowing out of his arm. "I'm the one who's going to kill you." The clothed man smiled coldly. "I'm a disciple of the Green Spirit sect. If you dare to kill me, the Green Spirit sect won't let you go," Senior brother Lin shouted. At this critical moment, he mentioned the Green Spirit sect to intimidate the clothed man. However, he was disappointed. The clothed man didn't care about the Green Spirit sect at all. He took a step forward and stopped in front of Senior brother Lin. Then, he grabbed Senior brother Lin's collar. "How dare you covet the Void Sky Divine Vine? You'll die 10,000 times." After saying this, Senior brother Lin's neck was broken by the linen-clothed man. Then, the clothed man turned and left. When Senior brother Lin died, his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. A few hours later, Fang Chen and the red-dressed lady arrived at their destination. "Yes, there are corpses ahead." Fang Chen was the first to find the corpses of Senior brother Lin and the others. They quickly walked over and saw the corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight. "Yes, Lin Pu of the Green Spirit sect." Fang Chen's eyes fell on Senior brother Lin. The higher-ups of the Black Sky sect had distributed some booklets to these disciples with potential. It recorded all the outstanding disciples of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. Lin Pu's name was on the list. In his impression, Lin Pu's cultivation base had also reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9. Although he had just entered Heaven Star Border Stage 9, he was considered a genius. However, he had died here. What's going on? Did an expert kill them? Fang Chen did not understand. The woman in red's eyes flickered. After seeing the corpses, she was more certain of her guess. "If I'm not wrong, the Void Sky Divine Vine's guardian killed them," the woman in red said softly. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Void Sky Divine Vine's guardian? Who was the guardian of the Void Sky Divine Vine? What else do you know? Fang Chen felt that the woman in red knew too much. "I learned from my grandfather that the Void Sky Divine Vine is not a simple vine plant," the woman in red said. "Then what is it?" "The Void Sky Divine Vine can evolve into a higher-level godly medicine," the woman in red said. Boom. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Godly medicine, that was something from legends. Even heavenly body tier elites yearned for that kind of godly medicine. And the Void Sky Divine Vine could actually evolve into a godly medicine? In this world, there is an extremely powerful sect. They were born to be the guardians of the Void Sky Divine Vine. The members of the sect can be found in any corner of the universe. As long as there is a Void Sky Divine Vine, there will be an expert from the sect guarding it, the woman in red said. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Was there really such a sect in this world? The Void Sky Divine Vine that protected everything in the world. How powerful was this sect? If there are experts guarding it, then how can we obtain it? Fang Chen asked in confusion. He had thought that with the help of the woman in red, their chances of obtaining the Void Sky Divine Vine would increase greatly. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. Not every place was suitable for the Void Sky Divine Vine. The growth of the Void Sky Divine Vine was very irregular. In the vast universe, there were countless Void Sky Divine Vines. In the eyes of outsiders, although the Void Sky Divine Vine was precious, it was still not enough to attract the attention of heavenly body tier elites. However, if they knew that the Void Sky Divine Vine could evolve into a godly medicine, they would definitely go crazy. Since your grandfather knows of the existence of this sect, why did he still let you take the risk? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. The woman in red smiled faintly, and said, "This sect is extremely large, and its members can be found in any place in the universe where the Void Sky Divine Vine grows. My grandfather once said that the Void Sky Divine Vine of Clear Sky Island only exists in the Forbidden Land of Vines. And coincidentally, the guardian of the Void Sky Divine Vine in the Forbidden Land of Vines is a 9th layer Heavenly Dipper tier cultivator." Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed in relief. If it was a 9th layer Heavenly Dipper tier cultivator, then it would be easy to deal with. However, There is a heavenly body tier elite behind him, the woman in red said. My grandfather said that heavenly body tier elites will not act rashly unless the void sky divine vine is in danger of destruction. Then, we only need to pluck the roots of the void sky divine vine, the woman in red explained. Even now, Fang Chen still hadn't woken up from his shock. It seemed that the woman in red's grandfather was also a great elite of the heavenly body tier. Then what should we do now? Fang Chen asked. Follow me. The woman in red led Fang Chen into the depths of the forbidden land of vines. In the dark, the linen-clothed man kept staring at the two of them. The void sky divine vine is not something you can lay your hands on. After saying this, the linen-clothed man appeared, blocking the path of Fang Chen and the woman in red. Ancient Sword Lord Guardian? Fang Chen asked. You actually know that I'm a guardian. The linen-clothed man grinned. The woman in red glanced at Fang Chen, then looked at the linen-clothed man, and said, We only came here to ask for some roots of the void sky divine vine. Unless you defeat me. The linen-clothed man shook his head. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Chapter 11:23. What are you waiting for? Attack. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the woman in the red dress spoke in a delicate voice. Then, the woman in the red dress attacked. An extremely cold aura surged out of her body. Her hands formed seals, and she launched a fierce and domineering attack. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body and used the heavenly demon sword technique. You're courting death. The linen-clothed man shouted in a low voice and fought with the two of them. In the depths of the forbidden land, in the clouds of the void. An old man sat here. His eyes slowly opened, and he looked at the place where the three people were fighting. Black Yin Dao Ancestors Line. The old man discovered the woman in the red dress cultivation technique and said softly. After a long time, the old man finally confirmed. The woman in the red dress was from the Black Yin Dao Ancestors Line. Then, a smile appeared on his face. With the Black Yin Dao Ancestors' power, I can't do anything if he wants to obtain the void sky divine vine. But he didn't come, and instead let the younger generation come. It seems that he also knows the rules. Since that's the case, I can't let her come in vain. Then, the old man moved his mind. Suddenly, a message was transmitted into the linen-clothed man's mind. Let them pass the void sky barrier. The linen-clothed man, who was fighting with Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress, suddenly punched the two of them back, and then stopped attacking. Stop, the linen-clothed man said. Fang Chen was a little surprised and looked at the linen-clothed man. The linen-clothed man was very strong. Although he was at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, Fang Chen felt that he was comparable to a heavenly body tier cultivator. The woman in the red dress joined forces with him, but they were suppressed by him. Why did you stop fighting? The woman in the red dress asked. You two are quite strong. I can give you a chance. If you can pass, I'll give you some void sky divine vine roots, the linen-clothed man said. Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress eyes flashed, a little surprised. Pass what? Fang Chen asked. Void sky barrier, the linen-clothed man said. What's that? The woman in the red dress asked. The void heaven barrier is a barrier created by the void heaven divine vine. It can change endlessly, the cloth-clothed man said. You set us up on purpose, didn't you? The woman in the red dress curled her lips. However, before the linen-clothed man could speak, immediately, a bright light shone down from the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress disappeared from the forbidden vine forest. Seeing this, the plain-clothed man's figure flashed, and he arrived in the clouds of the forbidden area. Master, why did you let them challenge the void heaven barrier? Asked the plain-clothed man, puzzled. Behind that woman in the red dress, there's an existence that even I don't dare to offend, the old man said. What? The linen-clothed man was somewhat shocked. Even Master didn't dare to provoke an existence. How strong was that? He knows the rules of my sect, so I will give him some face. If they can really pass through, then a mere void sky divine vine's root is not worth mentioning, the old man said with a smile. With their strength, it will be very difficult for them to break through the void heaven barrier, the linen-clothed man said in a deep voice. The old man did not say anything else and closed his eyes. In the vast universe, there were countless small islands similar to Clear Sky Island. Almost every island had a cultivator from their sect. However, there were too few Void Sky Divine Vines on Clear Sky Island. There were only the two of them. Those who knew about their sect were almost all peak experts. They did not dare to attack them. Those who did not know about their sect were weak cultivators. Even if they attacked, they would be suppressed. Therefore, for countless years, they had guarded the Void Sky Divine Vines without any problems. Of course, there were still some criminals who were not afraid of death and wantonly destroyed the Void Sky Divine Vines. Generally, there was only one result for such people. That was death. There was a long process for the Void Sky Divine Vine to evolve into a divine vine. When the Void Sky Divine Vine matured, there would naturally be experts from the sect coming to take it away. Then, when they returned to the sect, they would use special methods to make the Void Sky Divine Vine evolve. The sect they were in was too big. Even the old man, who had been in the sect for so many years, did not know the name of the sect. He had not seen anyone other than the person who had received him. One could imagine how big this sect was. Seeing his master like this, the linen-clothed man did not say anything else. In an illusory space, there were barriers all around. Fang Chen and the red-dressed woman stood in the center. "Is this the Void Sky Barrier?" Fang Chen asked. "Just now, I clearly felt an expert attack. It should be the person behind the linen-clothed man," the red-dressed woman analyzed. "Since he didn't kill us, he must have seen through my cultivation technique. What we should think about now is how to break out of the Void Sky Barrier," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was also very curious about the red-dressed woman's background. However, since they were trapped in the Void Sky Barrier, it was better to think of a way to break out. "Let me try." The red-dressed woman tried to attack the barrier around them. Rumble, the result was not unexpected. She could not break it open at all. The red-dressed woman spread out her hands and said, "With the strength of the two of us, we can't break it open. I wonder what this Void Sky Barrier is testing." Fang Chen still did not understand what the Void Sky Barrier was testing. "Let's look around," the red-dressed woman said. In the Qingling sect, the hall where the disciples' soul life slips were placed was guarded by two disciples. The disciples injected their soul imprints into the life slips. As long as a disciple died, the soul life slips would shatter. Crack. On this day, the two guarding disciples were cleaning the hall. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something shattering and immediately looked up. They found that several life slips had shattered. The most surprising one was Lin Piyu's life slip. "What? Senior brother Lin Piyu is dead. Go and report it." After a while, the sect master of the Qingling sect heard the news of Lin Piyu's death. "Sect master, you know Lin Piyu's potential. Such an excellent disciple died in the Forbidden Land of Vines. I beg you to allow me to go to the Forbidden Land of Vines to find out the cause of Lin Piyu's death." This elder was Lin Piyu's master, so he was very angry. However, the sect master of the Qingling sect was surprisingly calm after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's end this here." "Sect master, why?" the elder asked in confusion. "Did my disciple die for no reason?" The sect master of the Qingling sect frowned and immediately said, "The Forbidden Land of Vines is not as simple as you think." After saying that, the sect master of the Qingling sect turned and left. A sentence floated into the elder's ears. "There is someone stronger than me in the Forbidden Land of Vines." Upon hearing those words, the infuriated elder was astonished. How is that possible? Lin Piyu's death did not cause a stir in the Qingling sect. After knowing the horror of the Forbidden Land of Vines, Lin Piyu's master did not say anything about Lin Piyu's death. What a joke! Even the sect master was afraid of the Forbidden Land of Vines, so he did not dare to go there. This also made him know why the Forbidden Land of Vines was called a Forbidden Land. Except for the Qingling sect. Some powerful figures who lived in seclusion sent their disciples out to participate in the hunting war. Soon, the hunting war attracted the attention of all the experts on Tongtian Island. This was an unprecedented grand event. The 3 palaces and 2 sects were all actively preparing. Some disciples who were in seclusion also came out. Last time, the imperial family disciples almost defeated the 3 palaces and 2 sects. In this hunting war, the imperial family's goal was to occupy 7 spots in the top 10. Some elders of the heavenly body realm who were rarely seen also showed up to teach the disciples in person. Time passed by nervously. In the forbidden land of vines, inside the virtual heaven boundary. For half a month, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress were looking for the test of the virtual heaven boundary. However, they found nothing, which made them speechless. Today, they were still looking for it. They did not have much hope. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly shouted, "I know, ha ha ha, I finally know." Fang Chen was overjoyed. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress jumped in front of Fang Chen and asked hurriedly, "What do you know?" Fang Chen suppressed the laughter in his heart and quickly said, "I know what the test of the virtual heaven boundary is." "What is it?" The woman in the red dress asked hurriedly with her beautiful eyes shining. "Here." Fang Chen pointed at an inconspicuous place in the virtual heaven boundary. It was originally empty.